Welcome back. Once again, the Fellow Tamers Invitational, Day 2, Group B. On the analyst desk today, I am joined by Jeb, Mr. Rishi, Saber, and of course, my name is Rarzi. We only have a couple of minutes to say hello. How are you doing? So let's go around the table, make some predictions for Game 1.
Okay, so we do have snrplat versus Tsubakki for Game 1. Ooh, I am really hyped for this match. My vote is going towards snrplat. I think he's playing one of the best archetypes right now. One of the best ones to pilot, in my opinion. My favorite one to use. Yep. And we've really seen him, even though he's always been a consistent player, we've really seen him recently just come out of the scene and just put down his stake in everything.
Yep. Yeah, I was so hyped about this match too, because I mean all the others are pretty cool, but this is probably one of the best. And I would say that my vote goes to snrplat too, but I mean I'm sure that we'll watch a very nice show from both of those players.
Yeah, we're gonna have a great game regardless. My vote will also be for snrplat. I think he's been on his game recently. His TMR obviously shows that. But yeah, we honestly can't know for sure, and it's gonna be a fire game.
I guess I've got to be the one that breaks the grain then, huh? I think, these players have known who they were going to face in round 1 for at least a couple of days now. Tsubakki's got to have a plan for him, right? Tsubakki's one of the best in the business when it comes to planning, predetermining, making your teams match perfectly against the best of the best. And snrplat is the best of the best. But of course, my vote has to be for Tsubakki today. We'll take a look now. I'm not sure if they're in-game just yet, but we can likely jump on over to our commentators, take a look, see what they are thinking, maybe get some predictions from them as well. So we will see you back at the analyst desk after Game 1.
Okay, good luck and fun, guys.
And hello there as we get into our first match between snrplat and Tsubakki Chan, two fantastic contestants here. I'm Quarter, and my co-host is, of course, Genton.
Hello there, guys. We're going having excellent matches today, and already a blast match with snrplat and Tsubakki.
Yeah, no, it's looking like it's going to be an absolute shocker. Now, we've seen a lot of Plat within the past few weeks, both on ladder and elsewhere. I haven't seen nearly as much of what Tsubakki's actually going to be running this time. The question here is he going to be doing something spicy that's going to shake things up here? Predictions seem to be hypothesizing something to that extent, but in the meantime, let's wait for our charming contestants to get into their game, which they have. What sort of teams do we get to check out today? And it's looking like a pretty hardcore Doom composition coming up from Tsubakki. We see, of course, Nagulder, we see a Vulfi in there, and then we've got not only the Pocus, but also our charming Tortonite there, known for A, having Stonewall, and B, like Garden as well, is obviously a very powerful thing. No synergy for Garden, but that's usually more of an afterthought than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. And as we can see from the Plat side, it's kind of heavy toxic-sided, but I do kind of like to see this Nature Coils there in the middle of everything. If it's possible to matching up with this, that guy's just gonna do damage.
One thing I like about this is there's a lot of things that Plat can do against Baki's comp that can be very powerful here. Obviously, he's kind of hardlined into dealing with the Vola. His team is definitely a first ban for Vola, which means that Tsubakki gets his double-edge Grumper, which that likely is again. He gets his Kinu. He gets all sorts of things to help him buff up his raid bossers later on down the line. The question is, how is Plat going to respond to that inside this, especially since his Gallus got first banned?
Yeah, the Tsubakki already picking Akino is like feels like a comment and really safe choice. You can decide whatever you want to buff early on, and I don't know really how Plat should having like a bigger threat towards already whoever's going to be the second slot for +1/+1 defense or special defense.
Well, he goes for his Valorant, which makes a lot of sense against a lot of what Tsubakki's bringing. It deals with Golder. It can deal with Tortonite if he's forced into dealing with Tortonite. It's got a variety of ways in which it can pressure Tsubakki's side. Obviously, other things that Plat has that are pretty valuable into this, like Confiscate on Golder could very well be valuable here as another way to push off Doom. It's something he might want to prioritize. Decidor and guys can just turn the game on its head in the right circumstance, but could be very dangerous against this Tortonite. We see a Size Munch get picked.
I think that Plat kind of wants to be able to finding this early heat up if it's possible. And if now Tsubakki's decided to taking this Pocus, that I do really see possible to getting that heat up for almost free, even though Pocus can do quite a lot of damage to this Sense Munch.
I mean, I think he really just wants that there because everything that is not a mental, like our good man Size here can do very well into like that. Just picking Size Munch here means that he has like a hard answer to Tortonite, which is otherwise kind of troublesome for him to deal with, especially if he's not allowed Mashuk. Like he kind of has to choose between one of those. One other thing there though here is I'm not even sure Plat runs heat up. Oh, we see a Tort pick anyways. That's bold.
That is indeed really bold, and we see the Pocus banned, so we don't see any Gamma Burst there. If now he runs that's another question.
I was going to say, I don't know, like, a lot of people talk about Pocus as though it's a very solved TEM, due to the fact that oftentimes we see the Rejuvenate, 2 attacks, Beta Burst, Psychosis build, specifically just to raid boss up and do as much Doom as possible. And as expected, we do see the Mashuk ban. Mashuk terrifying into so much of what Tsubakki has, alleviating toxic pressure and giving so much just sort of P-jab support and uppercut support into things like Volfi and Grumper, which are things that Tsubakki's probably going to want to try to lean on to buff up some of his Tems here.
I do see also that both have been leaving the guys completely open here, so it could be the final picks for both sides here if they decide to do that.
Well, if you look at both teams, I mean, both players here have so many answers to Nagai's. Tortonite, Golder, Volfi, all of those answer Nagai's technically on Tsubakki's side. Plat has, of course, Golder, Valorant to an extent. Nature Koish is another answer that he potentially has for it, which is looking really good now into Tsubakki's Grumper as we get into our first game.
Let's get this going, and this is going to be a great match already. I can feel it.
So this also means we get an immediate protector buff onto Tortonite turn 1 here. Obviously, we're not necessarily going to want to see that Tortonite stay here on turn 1, but like another question here is, does Plat respect the pressure that Kinu's actually going to be outputting?
That is true. I mean, even though if this Kinu is not max special attacking, you can still do quite a lot of damage to the Sense Munch, and I don't know if Sense Munch actually want to take that hit.
Now, the one reason why I'd say he's actually still fine with this is because he wants to deal with that Tortonite ASAP, and nothing swaps in comfortably to a P-Jab and a Feathergat. The combination of those two is generally something that I don't think anything that Tsubakki has can deal with, and like Size Munch can live 1 Beta Burst, and he's got Nature Koish in the back for a lot of his other things. We do see Tortonite bounce though as the Grumper hits the field, so this is the best thing to take the potential Feathergat that's coming in here, but it's not going to like anything this Monkey outputs.
We do see that perfect jab actually landing on Kino, dropping that defense, and not just one, but might do enough damage. It stays down to 30%, but that is actually a really good hit from Valorant.
The minus defense on Kinu is very significant here, and as we can see, this Size Munch does not care at all about this Beta Burst out from Kinu. Just complete, like, not even, okay, I think it's just a 3 KO, but that's not what you want to see when you've just taken 70% from a Nox Bomb and a P-Jab. Like that, this is definitely looking like Plat got the better end of that turn 1, but this Grumper could be changing things up this turn.
And now Tsubakki has to really play carefully with Kino, because Kino just lost Battalion Pass because this Sense Munch have Snare. So he can only swap out Kino 3 times. On the 3rd time, we all know that Kino just disappear.
Very true. On top of that, nothing swaps in comfortably now to a Feathergat from Valorant. Now, obviously, Valorant, even at 1 special defense, isn't going to be very comfortable taking anything out of our boy Grumper here. But Unless Tsubakki has massively changed that spread, he tends to favor Grumpers that actually don't have much special attack at all.
And this Valorant with getting a special defense, so we know this is an anaerobic, so it can act as, if it's keep this going and this Grumper can do anything, this Valorant will be a problem even for that Grumper.
Well, we do see the Kinu swap. As the Volfi's going to come down, that's a reasonable thing for eating some of these hits. It's a way to try to muscle off the off the Size Munch at this point. But the P-Jab's going to come down, and we're going to see the Feathergat hit as well. How much damage is this going to do? Actually, a lot less than I expected, as the Stonewall is going to come down from Grumper. Imagine me expecting Tsubakki to attack with Grumper, as the Stonewall is just absurd buffs onto this Volfi here. We already saw how little it took from a Feathergat after once it was at -1. Like, this thing isn't going to mind this field whatsoever, and it definitely puts Size Munch in a risky territory. Plat's going to need to be careful in terms of how he advances here.
With this 1+1 Wolfie, as we saw just earlier, that it definitely can do some, can stay probably one more turn here with the Sandshmarsh have not even been heating up, and Sandshmarsh feel a little bit scared now because of the plug could be coming up next.
Yeah, fortunately, once again, okay, so the Plague, I'm pretty sure Size Munch lives a Plague, and then if we see like a P-Jab Nox Bomb, that's something, but I think that Plat's kind of forced into constantly Feathergatting that spot, just in case we see another swap. Like, we can't run he can't run the risk of that being something else, but we see the Dimmok come out instead, ignoring those defense drops, defense buffs, and a HKS coming out alongside that, not quite taking it out as the Lifeful Sap comes down from Volfi at 2.8%.
So I'm thinking if actually Plat decided to do a Feather Gallery instead of doing a Hyper, I could guess it could have been a little bit closer, but we are where we are now.
Yeah, honestly, the problem that I have here with Tsubakki is that he still hasn't been able to do what he wants with this Volfi, which is try to threaten with it immediately. Because, honestly, while Tsubakki, you can count on him setting things up for the late game very effectively here, the distinct way in which Plat has consistently pushed Tsubakki in the past is push early, push hard, which is precisely what he's doing at the moment. This Grumper is not able to exert enough pressure on this field, and this Valorant is in no way particularly threatened. It took 33%, 30%, something like that from that Thunderstrike. Not enough. 15%? Something like that.
And we see the Wolf axis getting swapped out there, just to getting that heals going up here, and Torton is coming back into the field again. And the Wreck is coming in here. Let's see how much this actually does on Tortonite with only 1+.
Yeah, Tort's a chunky boy. It can totally deal with that. But the Nox Bomb read finally paying off for Tsubakki, as that takes nothing from that. It does mean that Vola gets another arrow buff here. In the meantime, it's kind of fine just vibing, but now we're starting to look at this Doom, and Tortonite's getting hold up, and now it's at +3. Another question that I have, though, is what kind of Tortonite is this? If it's efficient, then it's probably got enough buffs as is, but, confined Tort here when we've got so low stamina on Plat's side could be kind of a dangerous thing.
Yeah, I mean, if Tsubakki runs with Cage, I do not know if... I know some of them do want to run with Cage and some doesn't, because of, depending on the trait, of course, but putting up a Cage here would actually cause some issues for this Sandshmarsh, though.
Now, one thing that I want to think about here is we still have enough room for... he could just choose to OX with Size Munch. He's not really that threatened in this instance, and just P-Jab into the Tort and start getting Feathergats off with it. He's got enough to not OX from a Feathergat, I believe, from this range with his Valorend, and while the Valorend is very important to conserve, it's not looking excessively threatened in this scenario.
I do think that Plat kinda still want this Valorant alive, even though that the other side's toxic, like the Golder probably won't do too much of a threat, even though that Bamboozle can be really annoying. But if this Grumper keep pushing up all of these stone walls left and right, and getting probably another one on Wolfie, I could see this could be even tighter than we could expect.
Yeah, the concern that the concern that I have here is that the moment it's such an even matchup between these two. Like, honestly, this is the sort of thing where I have to go turn by turn. We see the Koish swap in, we see a Goulder swap in, taking the place of the Size-Munch and the Grumper. Feather Gatling's coming down onto the Tortonite regardless, and it still does a pretty significant amount of damage to your boy Tortonite as more stone walls get passed around on Tsubaki's side. The Koish is looking a little out of place here unless this Goulder... Okay, so we know this is Sweatband Tort, so this is very likely a confined Tortonite. Efficient almost never runs Sweatband because why would you? You already have stamina conservation. That item choice informs us something about this Tortonite. In the meantime, the next question we have here is this Energy Drink Goulder? Because if it is, then this Koish is kind of dead unless this is just a ruse by Platt. If he's trying to go for the Hypno option here, then that's a risky play unless he's just sort of like trying to scout this.
I mean, it's go all or nothing. I'm guessing here. And I do notice also that he swapped in the Koish just to getting that another 8% damage because of the drum ward that Koish is wearing. And we do see the cage actually popping up here. Is Platt going to swap out anyone? Or do we see that he's keeping in? The Hypnos coming out here.
Yeah, no, we see the cage come down, and that does, once again, it shows that we get that immediate, before anything else, buff to defense on Tortonite, which is going to help it stay alive here, and it means that Vola just kind of OXs, but the Hypno goes down onto the Goulder, and it does not have Energy Drink, meaning that, yeah, no, this board is actually not as good for Tort as we would want here.
And then Platt can't now swap out his Valorant because of the overexertion here, but I think this Valorant is still fine on the field. If not this Tortonite have Tortonite's Garden, but from what we have seen, it might have it, but they haven't decided to use it yet.
Yeah, it would only have the hold up for it last turn, and getting the cage off first makes a lot of sense because you want to cage before you garden in that scenario, so that way your Doom isn't immediately wiped off by another status. If he'd gardened first, then caged, then like all Platt would have had to do here is Hypno his own Vola, and then bam, he's right back out to the races.
That is true. That is a really good point. And we see a Finn beat just to be safe on the stamina pool here, and we see the Tortonite's Garden Axe is coming out here. Is it gonna land on the Valorant? It is does. So this Valorant's time is just ticking down now.
Yes, it is. Now, does Platt have the tools to get rid of this Doom? I'm not entirely sure whether he does. I know that Confiscate can be used for that, but I'm not seeing what other... Okay, I suppose if he goes for full Bamboozle Confiscate, that's a way to make sure that that goes off, but that has to happen now, and that's a lot of slowdown on Platt's side. At this point, though, he has set up his Valorant and it's a Sweatband user, and it plays very well into basically everything not named Grumper on Baki's team, so that could very well be a good decision on his part. Honestly, getting like a Feathergat and then trying to swap seems like a pretty reasonable play for him, given that the Kinu's definitely going down to that. Volfi still takes reasonable damage to that. The only thing that likes it is Grumper, and Goulder doesn't, like, two Goulders on a field, like, it's kind of a non-entity for Grumper. They kind of evenly trade into each other.
So we have to question about ourselves. Do Rilla Platt need this Valorant, except from trying to get him finish off this Tortonite and potentially Goulder? Otherwise, I don't see Valorant might be useful.
What else does Platt have to deal with Goulder? Yeah, we see the Goulder. So we do see what's likely to be a Confiscate into a Bamboozle, because that's, of course, the order that you have to do that in. As the Feathergat comes in and is eaten by the Grumper, which barely takes damage from that. The Toxic Ink is, of course, absorbed by the other Goulder here. It's Punching Bag, so it takes, 7% from that, rather than absolutely nothing. But that's the plays you make.
I have never played Golld by myself, but I'm kind of liking more and more people who runs with the strong-livered Goulder, since just eating all of these toxic hits, it's just a pleasure to see that.
Honestly, both traits are pretty valuable on Golder. Punching Bag we've seen consistently against things like both Mashuk and Gyalis, and in some cases even Skunch or Yowler, just absorbing those hits more comfortably, when oftentimes melee pressure can just dismantle a lot of teams, especially toxic teams. It's a valuable thing to have.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And we see the Golld is being swapped out here from the Tsubakki side, and we see Wolf is actually entering in the field again after being away for around 5 turns.
There's been plenty of time for it to get its health back up. We see the Feathergat get eaten very comfortably by it as another Stonewall is coming down on Volfi, as Baki is going to try to slow this game down even more. So we see our Confiscate come down. This is our first step of the anti-Doom protocols right now. So that's no Sweatband on Volfi, but hopefully this means that it's still going to have time to get everything else out of the way. I don't see any way that Tsubakki has to stop this Doom from breaking on Vola at this instance, because basically this is the very telegraphed, bamboozle into Valorend to clear the Doom and then just kind of roll with it from there.
Yeah, the only thing I think Tsubakki can do now, since he's going to be using, like I said, the Golld to do the bamboozle to remove the Doom effect, is he could try to continuously try to buff up any of his temp that he has on the board and try to continuously shipping damage on this Valorant, potential on this Golder.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point, and it does look like Tsubakki's kind of accepting the fact that the Doom's not going to come off and is just going to use this opportunity to mess with things anyways, as he actually just clears the Doom himself, exhausts and traps Valorant, giving it back at Sweatband, basically, as the T-Strike's going to come down as well, basically saying, all right, cool, you cleared the Doom, but you're still going to lose your Valorant.
And even though he have, +2 or +3 special defense, it still does some sort of damage anyway.
Oh yeah, no, it slaps. One of the challenges here is... Okay, so a Toxic Ink and a Feathergat into the Volfi spot still feels pretty comfortable from Plat here. Obviously, there's the threat of Bush out of Volfi, which would very much slow that down, but I think that's the best double in that is available to Plat at the moment, unless he wants to try to swap size Munch in.
That is true. I mean, he could... I don't know if it's worth for Tsubakki to sacrifice Kino at this point. I don't know if it's worth to giving this Grumper 1+1, since this Grumper only have done just taking some win hits and doing some damage whenever he can. So I think that doubling up a Wolfie slot here would make more sense, just to get the most damage or the most value out of it, if I should say it that way.
Yeah, it certainly makes sense. At this point, I'm kind of expecting the Kinu to stay in the back until there's an obvious telegraphed shell game, at which point it can help buff up a Tim that's going to be getting hard focused anyways, while then getting kind of a half free swap in. As we see another Lifeful Sap come down out of Volfi instead of the Bush, meaning that, it's going to get those poison takes off on it, but it's not going to do very much at all. The Lifeful Sap really making Volfi hard to take down in the mid game when you have when there's not as much of an ability to focus on it elsewhere, especially after these 3 defense buffs on it. We see the Volfi bounce getting as the Golder comes out instead.
I think that Tsubakki waited for that hyperkinetic to get out of there, so Golder can walk in freely. But we see that T-Strike is enough to take out this Valorant, and now this Golder feels more freely to walk over this field.
I mean, yes and no. The Calibus is another option that Plat has for it. It's not as comfortable into a lot of what we're seeing here. And one important thing that I kind of missed quickly there, but I suddenly seeing statuses other than immunity on Grumper reminds me that Camo's actually gone on it, meaning that it's now getting poison takes, it's getting exhaust. So that did come at a bit of a cost of the longevity of Grumper. Now you could argue that at this point, with this many Stonewalls having dropped down on Baki's side, it's kind of done its job. At this, obviously, we're now into turn 12. Tsubakki's had a lot of damage on his side, but Plat has not managed to carve any distinct holes into that as of yet. While doubling back from the Tort scenario, a lot of time has been lost inside that, and Tsubakki really took advantage of this.
I think, though, that you could still use this Grumper even more, even though it's been taking some Toxic Kick here. Another Stonewall or probably another T-Strike further on into this couple of rounds. Though, so I still feel this Grumper could still be useful, even though, like you said, it's more or less have done its job. But I still thinking this Grumper can do more valuable.
Well, it's likely to do, what, 40% to this Calibus, depending on whether it's mucus or not?
We do see that actually Tsubakki actually want to save this Grumper for another turn and bringing out the Tortonite here. And we see the Humiliating Slap from the Calibus reducing 1 defense here.
The challenge is, without the wind pressure from Valorant, it's going to be a lot harder actually getting Tortonite to any meaningful death level, because, you know, every 3 turns it's just going to be able to get 8% of its HP back. It's actually kind of significant at this point when it's dropping dooms down as well.
Yeah, I was wondering if he doesn't have a Tortonite ready, or is it 1 turn away?
Garden has, I believe, another turn before it's ready, at least. I think it's actually 2, because if we recall correctly, it bounced the moment it gardened.
And we see the cage actually pop out here. Will we catch anyone off guard with this cage? And we see another confidence buff here. That's nice. And another Humiliating Slap from the Calibus again, just making sure that he can't increasing his defense. And the Bamboozle combo once more, and Plat decides to rest with the Golder here. And we just see this Tortonite just keep deciding to, no, I just want to keep standing here. There's no way you can take away from me.
Identified it first, but yeah, no, the fun thing about Tortonite is if you draft well against it or ensure that you're on a board where your opponent can't pressure it well, it can just sort of set up in your face. And the fact that Cage gives it that immediate, like, first thing on the turn defense buff makes it so much harder to take down. In conjunction with Golder like this, though, I quite like that, because that means that you get the Bamboozle there as well. And since Plat was trying to conserve his own Golder's stamina, we don't see that lick clearing that evade for the next turn, meaning that we don't have the same, like, consistent H-slap pressure onto Tort in the same way.
Yeah, and if we assume that the Garden is ready now, Plat, he can't lose another. We see the Garden is ready, and I was about to say that he can't lose another one due to the Doom effect.
Well, the real problem here is that we're going to see that onto the Golder, which, well, we cannot clear the Doom off of in the same way, because Confiscate does not self-target. So this is a distinct concern for Plat. Obviously, the timer's up at this point, and it's looking like Game 1 is swiftly just taking even further into Baki's favor. As I said earlier on here, I tend to value Plat's odds more when it's early on in a match and he's able to carve holes into Baki's team before he sets up effectively. But Baki has been able to read this board and play around a lot of the tempo that he's created himself in order to get even more setup opportunities, which just makes it that much harder for Plat to do his job into things. We see, oh man, this is okay, this is not something I expected, but he does actually clear the Doom using Water Jet and Bamboozle on the Golder. 10 out of 10 Plat plays.
And we are normally talking about 5 health plays. We just increased that to a 6 health play. What a play actually made out of that.
That is. Okay, it's awesome that Golder's still alive. My problem here is, in the process of Plat, like, getting rid of all of this Doom, it's just given Baki more opportunities to both get some pressure onto his team and continue setting up on his side. It's just giving more space for Tsubakki, which is concerning in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, this every time snrplat trying to get rid of all of these Doom status effects, that Tsubakki can build up his pressure to just keep on going.
Oh, okay. So the Confiscate happens onto the Tort this time, meaning that we actually lose the Sweatband on Tortonite, which I can say from experience, having messed around with Confined Tort, it needs its sweatband. It is very stamina hungry as a Tem. Usually, like you don't really want to be running Crystal Dust as a small option alongside all the other things that you're kind of required to run on Tort. So, your Garden, your Crystal Spikes. We know for a fact that Baki's running Stonewall on it. So this means that we don't actually have any low stamina options on Tortonite. So at 17.5% stamina, it's overexerting if it wants to do anything here, which effectively chases it off the board.
And even if it decides to overexert here, like it is going to cost him either A, losing the Tortonite, or B, not even being able to killing anything on the board.
Especially since I believe it's one turn until Garden's up.
Yeah, I do believe so, yes. But if we see that Tsubakki actually decide to keep this Tortonite for another turn, and Wolf is back out on the field again, and snrplat, he wants to swap up his Golld to a Sench Munch here.
Okay, so we do see Size return to the field. Okay, so the Strangle really helps Plat in this scenario, because now Wolfie can't just immediately start pressuring Size Munch. Obviously, Size Munch doesn't like the poison ticks off of Golder here, which you're kind of just signposted, but oh man. You see what I mean about this being close? Like, Plat isn't going down without a fight, and he's desperately trying to get some more control on this board and ensure that he isn't just getting torn apart by Tsubakki's buffed lineup. But the problem is he's fighting an uphill battle at this point with the amount of time he's given Tsubakki to buff all his Tems up. Like, it's not an insurmountable challenge. Plat's done it before, and Strangle is one of the key cornerstones of that kind of a victory. Being able to limit the number of turns that your opponent has to try to get things again. Action economy being key here, but this is looking grim.
Yeah, and I can also say that if these people are really like, they want to go all the way to the final, like, they'd rather fight until the last Tem is standing.
Okay, so Wolfie swaps again as we see Kinu come down. Of course, having no pressure on Kinu for Toxic that turn, it makes perfect sense for that to be the turn that Tsubakki gets it in, as the perfect jab comes down, and it's not going to be taking Kinu down anytime soon. Toxic Ink comes down onto Size Munch, and as I said, it really does not appreciate those poison ticks. Getting it down to 43% means that it is actually at risk of dying to a beta burst from Tsubakki at this point, I believe. No, it's just outside of it. If I recall correctly, it was like, 30% or something like that. And that alongside the 12.5 means that we're just outside of it, but it's really close.
Yeah, but the question is, will this Kina be faster if Tsubakki decides to stay and beta bursting on Sench Munch?
Okay, the problem that I have with that is, like, I don't see a universe in which this Kinu dies even at -2 at 12.8% from a Size Munch attack. Like, unless it's Wreck, at which point you're basically saying, please swap in Wolfie again.
I mean, this Kina already have a -2 defense, so another perfect jab would probably finish this one.
Instead, we see the Kinu swap out once again as Wolfie does come down, anticipating the Size Munch's Wreck, which does come down. And yeah, no, this is definitely a board in which it's very easy for Tsubakki to eat that, doing barely anything to that Golder after its 3 defense buffs, and the Bamboozle coming down on the Wolfie. The Vice is closing in on snrplat. He's running low on options as he's various things that actually do damage to Tsubakki are just getting lower and lower here.
And this Sench Munch is a big danger right now, since this Wolfie is both buffed, ready for a plague, and this Sench Munch, what is supposed to do? It's just standing there and just looking at this death.
Well, now it's got Dim Mak up, but the problem is now there's nothing on the board you can kill with Dim Mak. So we do see Nature Koish hit the field. We're probably going to see a Toxic Ink onto it, but oof. The Plague comes down, doing roughly 35% to the Koish. As the Toxic Ink's going to come down into Wolfie and do very little indeed. Most of the damage coming from the poison ticks there as the Golder does rest, not conserving its stamina there.
It looks like it's a really, really uphill now for Plat. Like, at this point, like you have 3 attempts in the back line. 2 of them is already out in the field. They are both heavy tanking here, so I don't know how Plat is going to take this. And if he wants to be able to win, he needs to have both Golder and Calibis up and keep these ticks going. But some of them will resist it.
Okay, so we do see the water cannon come down onto the Volphy, which gets it down to 40%. The Lifeful Sap's coming down, though, and the Bamboozle comes down to try to conserve that. The Metabolize coming off of Golder. Okay, so normally I'm like, oh man, no, man, Metabolize is such a hard move to be able to click and feel good about. This is definitely an environment in which I think it's actually fine, because Golder's at +3. That HP is incredibly valuable, and it's also another poison tick that's not on Volphy. Great times.
And the next tick, this Golder is already at 100% health, so this Gold is just gonna stay here and just be a happy little Golder.
Oh yeah, at this point, as I've said before, the challenge is, how do you start breaking through this wall that's been built on Tsubakki's side? We have 3 Tems now at +3 each. The Grumper and the Kinu don't really matter as much as the win conditions that Tsubakki has actually asserted here in Volphy and Tortonite, which are both being supported expertly by a Golder that just will not die.
This Golder, Tsubakki's Golder right now doesn't have that much stamina, so I mean he can still do another Bamboozle and sacrifice a little bit health. That's fine in his eyes. But we do see the Wolf is actually swapping out here, and the Tortonite is back out of the field again. While the Hypnosis is going directly on Tortonite here.
That's a pretty good read from Plat right there, because that does mean that there's a little bit more time to try to deal with that. Oh no, the Toxic ain't going into that as well. Forget I said anything there.
Oh, that's a drilled Golder.
I mean, that's a very good scout for the next match, but oh man, that cements this. Like, things are going to be tumbling down very quickly from that. That was a terrible turn from Plat. Oh man. Drill Golder combined with waking up a Tortonite you just put to sleep feels pretty terrible. All Tsubakki has to do here is swap back into Volphy, and he owns this game.
Oh yes. Now it's such a uphill now for Plat. He doesn't even know where to start.
I mean, at this point, the better thing to do is try to scout out anything else that you possibly can. Like, from here, Plat now knows that we've got, a Baton Pass Kinu that's high defense. You've got Sweatband Tortonite, that's your pretty classic confined build. Drill Golder is an excellent thing to scout. Handcuffs Volphy, that's very heavily defense invested and bulk oriented, is something that's good for him to know. In the meantime, you can say a similar thing about Tsubakki's identifying the ways in which Plat is able to work around Doom, but I think that that's already something that Baki was accounting for inside this match. So much of this was Plat reacting to a Doom play and Tsubakki taking a mile from that inch.
Yeah, Tsubakki really took some sort of advantage because Plat has had to, like I said, find a way around all of these Dooms. And we see the D-Mark landing on the Tortonite, and it actually makes the Tortonite fall. That's the first time for Plat to take down any of the wall of Tsubakki.
Yeah, see, this is why I was expecting the Volphy swap there, because, I mean, to be perfectly frank, the Tortonite's still valuable. Tortonite walls Calibus and Golder very effectively, as we saw previously. So keeping that alive for those matchups doesn't seem like a terrible thing. Like, you can just sort of stall out with it. And the Dim Mak was very telegraphed from Senior Plat, I feel. But it's a bit risky here.
And also, we don't have too many turns left, so if Plat wants to find a way to win this match, you have to find a way into this, like, dark hole right now.
Okay, well, I'm still definitely of the opinion that there's a lot more, I don't really see a way for Plat to bring this back outside of a turn 30 miracle, taking down one additional Tem, but the problem is, what reason does Tsubakki have to swap out from Golder and Volphy here? Those things can stay on the board indefinitely at this point and not really care about any pressure from Plat's side.
And I mean, also, if Baki really want to be safe, he have probably Bush already ready, though he can just Bush whenever he feels like he have to, just to have this advantage up.
The possibility is there if he can manage to take down a Tem, and, one of those Tems isn't isn't Grumper or Kinu. That's amazing, because at that point he's got the HP differential above for turn 30, while still getting another kill there. So that's something on his side. But at this point, that's about the only thing I can see happening here. And the problem is there's still a reasonable amount of damage coming up from Tsubakki's side. Like, the Calibus is down to 30% now, and it's not going to be taking those Toxic Inks too comfortably either.
And the Gold's Toxic Ink removing the healing ticks there from Wolfie, but Tsubakki's already were a step ahead and seeing that was coming with the Metalize there.
I mean, it still gets rid of the Lifeful Sap at least. It's something. If we continue to see this kind of focus out from Plat onto the Volfi, that's something. But the problem is Calibus can't keep this up forever. And Size Munch is going to go down pretty quickly when it does come in. Like, there's a chance here. I'm not going to deny it, but I also can't really lie when I say that, like, the odds look pretty in the favor of Tsubakki here.
Yeah, definitely. Like, from the start to all the way to this point, like, Tsubakki really found a way to getting a little bit of lead, to having a stable lead, even though losing Tortonite.
Yeah, no, this first one's been a doozy, but it definitely looks like Tsubakki will be continuing to cement his lead here. At this point, Calibus dies to a Toxic Ink, meaning that the chance for a turn 30 victory from a HP differential on Plat has vanished as the exhaust takes it out. It's definitely a time to slot some Wind Tems on your team if you're expecting a lot more Torts on ladder after this. So yeah, as we enter our wrap up of our last few turns here, I mean, obviously at this point, it's really a question of precisely how the victory is going to pan out here. We see the Plague immediately land on Size Munch, who of course does not have Dim Mock up. It hasn't had time to get that online. The Volfi will go down, but at what cost? Like, will it even go down? Oh, yep.
That Wolfie just fell down, but it were like a 1% and 1.2% off to actually be able to be alive for another turn. But
and with that, good game and well played to both of our contestants here as Tsubakki takes our first victory of our Group B today. Thank you very much.
What an incredible match out of these two. Well played, both of them.
Yeah, no, it was definitely an interesting thing to see in between both of our players there. Once again, as I said earlier, the fact that Plat, if he's not able to carve a hole quickly into Tsubakki's lineup there, then it's just agony him trying to bring it back from that point. And in a lot of ways, draft is very challenging for him against that kind of a team because he kind of has to deal with Vola. He doesn't have very many options against Vola at all, meaning that, as we saw, Baki gets his Kinu, Baki gets his Grumper, and he can just kind of buff his way into oblivion.
Yeah, just the Baki wall, as I said earlier, just finding a way to keep buffing around his team, like in the end when losing Valorant. So I'm not gonna say early, but like in midway into the game, losing Valorant was kind of critical.
Definitely. With that, it does look like we're basically jumping straight onto our second match due to the amount of time it took for that game to go underway. I believe we have, a 5-minute pause in between everything, just so everybody gets set up there.
I do believe so. They have been wanted a few minutes just before they're getting ready, so...
Fantastic. Well, for those who are interested and aren't aware themselves, our next match is, of course, Turbino versus Kanzaki. Another two, terrifying contestants. Like, every single person that's made it to the Invitational are a force of nature to be reckoned with. Turbi, of course, coming down with some pretty innovative toxic compositions of his own, usually involving a lot of water toxic. I think he's one of the only people I've seen play Platimus pretty consistently. Not that I've seen him use it recently, of course. Platimus has kind of fallen off. And Kanzaki, of course, has made a name for himself recently in a lot of separate tournaments, just being able to dismantle people over the course of several games with a Koish Cerny lead that's remarkably defensive despite its aggression.
And I'm just getting some a little bit of information here that should be up and running in about 2 to 3 minutes. So can we just talk about that? Turbi is one of those few players that is not in this big 5, if you say that. We have 5 from Exotic French and we have 5 from Paradox.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. He used to be a part of Exotic French, from what I understand. His own history there is actually interesting as well to touch on. Another of the formerly Divine members, Divine, of course, being one of the first competitive clubs in Temtem that, of course, was disbanded a while ago. But obviously, their members having scattered to the winds and been very, serious personalities and influences in competitive ever since. Turbino is on that list as well. I believe he's currently Twilight Tataruu's. I don't know much else about why he's there.
I could just be that he's just having a temporary home before he really find that club or team to actually really putting a lot of heart into it, or he just decide to step down a little bit and just enjoying good time with the Tataruu's.
I mean, yeah, Millars, from everything I understand, is a pretty rockin' content creator, and if that's where Turbi wants to stay, then awesome. Regardless of where he is, he's a force of nature and competitive, and it'll be interesting seeing what he's going to be bringing to the table.
Oh, like, I saw a little bit earlier today that he just said something like, time to get stomped, but I'm like, no, Turbi, no, I believe that you're probably going to stomp someone today.
I mean, Vasi isn't here to stomp him this time, so who knows, maybe he's got a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. Well, we've gotten word that our contestants are going to be starting up any second now, so it'll be interesting seeing what our second match is. Props to our analysts, of course, who are ready and waiting for the next time we have a space for them to talk in between these matches. Unfortunately, due to the length, we didn't get that last time. But going into our second round here, I'm excited seeing what both of our contestants are bringing to the table once again. So Kanzaki, as I've said before, usually runs a Colosity Cernif alongside of Firekoish, and of course his terrifying Barnshee and Yowler, things I've seen pretty regularly out of him. I have no idea whether Turbi's mixed up his team or not.
Yeah, like, I have not been paying much attention to either of these. I probably haven't missed a lot of these incredible matches they probably haven't fought against, but no matter what, I'm still excited to see what they're going to bring up to the table.
Well, there's something we don't get to see every day. We see a Loali on Turbi's side. Loali has a lot of things going for it, having a nice mix of nature and wind pressure, while having a pretty startling support pool. I've been talking up a storm about Strange Vest Loali, and it'll be interesting seeing if we see it here today. A Volaban makes perfect sense out of Turbi's lineup, though, as it's once again a sort of team that really hates Vola.
Yeah, that Vola is just going to be as nasty, both from for those that are toxic and those who are nature. So the really understandable ban from Turbi's side.
Looking at this, I think a lot of this depends on what this Loali's bringing to the table in terms of whether it gets banned or not. There's a lot of options that Kanzaki could go for a first ban here. I don't think he's particularly frightened by the Nagais. He's always had a lot of options to deal with Nagais, from both Frond Whip, Barnshee, Cernif openers, and a variety of other things to sort of push that off. Yukama, while potentially threatening, like, Cernif isn't necessarily the hardest thing there, but he does decide to take it out anyways, potentially both for ensuring that his Grumper and his Tuvine have a bit more of an ability to exist, alongside, of course, his Firekoish, and, of course, eliminating a turbo option from Turbi.
Yes, indeed. And Turbi decided to starting off here with Wolf. I kind of see it's a reasonable start. Like, you can put some pressure already, like to Grumper. You can trap in the Firekoish and such. So, like, I see this could be a pretty comfortable pick from Turbi.
Volfi's very safe, yes. Obviously, it does a ton into Grumper. It makes it like it's one of Grumper's natural predators. It trades very nicely into both Tuvine and Firekoish. And, I mean, it also exhausts Yowler, which is something of a concern for it. Being able to exhaust and trap it, depending on what you've got in, very nice into that. We see a Barnshee Tuvine come back out of Kanzaki here. Now, if this is the same Barnshee I've seen Kanzaki run previously, then this is a neutrality Barnshee, which is, of course, valuable against a Volfi, which, of course, tries to lean on his plague trapping very hard. Interesting seeing the Tuvine as well here, because that obviously makes it a bit harder for Turbi to pick like Valorant into this, or even potentially Loali if we're expecting Beta Burst CPG into that Loali from there. Obviously, the Barnshi as well means that it's very hard for him to pick his Mashuk. It's just a really difficult thing for him to try to second pick for, given all of his Toxics.
Yeah, I can definitely see a struggle here for Turbi. Not really know exactly what would be a good pick to start with, but he definitely have some options to swap in the case. But as it is right now, it seems a little bit tricky. But he decides still to go for the Loali, so.
Okay, that's interesting here, because, okay, while it's a good defensive pick, my problem here is what's Loali doing turn 1 against both a Barnshi and a Tuvine? The wind pressure isn't going to be doing very much here at all unless Turbi's just gunning for a swap. If he has a Rushial, then maybe that's something, but that means that you're swapping in a Toxic onto Volfi, which is a tricky one.
Oh yes. And we do see Kanzaki doesn't want to have that Golld on the field, so doesn't want that combo with the Naga if the case Turbi is going to get that out on the field.
On top of that, if Turbi is able to take care of these wins up front, then Goulder is still pretty troublesome for a lot of the rest of Kanzaki's team. Goulder is the kind of Tem that will happily outlast a Grumper until it's done having its Chamomile and then just sort of toxic it to death. It's one of the things that can wall and like take out a Cernith as well. So those are all things that need to be respected in this kind of a matchup.
And I do understand that Turbi decided to ban the Grumper. If you take a look at what he have left, like 3 out of 4 that he still have to pick, doesn't like Grumper at all. Even though the Nagais can take out Grumper fairly quickly, but you still don't want to take any hits with Nagais.
Oh, no, certainly. It also means that if he wants to try to flex Calibus here, which does still look pretty comfortable into a lot of what Kanzaki has left, if he's trying to strangle specific options there, that's something that it's a lot harder to do if there's a Grumper just sitting there waiting to electrocute you. That said, honestly, I'm not entirely sure how comfortable I am with even Calibus here. This draft is definitely looking like it's favoring Kanzaki.
I mean, already picking 2 wins early start, and the only Turbi have left is Toxic and this Nagai. So, yeah, I don't see how Turbi can win this, but I wouldn't be surprised if he found a way to win.
Well, he has still gone for the Valorant here. Sadly, he doesn't have any crystal pressure for like a Plume synergy alongside that, but like we still do have, of course, the Feathergat off of that. I Nox Bomb's something, but it's not necessarily great into Cernith if that gets picked there. But a bit of wind pressure off of that as well could be something pretty nice. I do like the Mashuk here, though. If, once again, Barnshi can be dealt with, then Mashuk is actually incredible into a lot of the rest of Kanzaki's lineup.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. If Turbi can find a way to take out this Barnshi fairly quickly, this could be even match, or it could be so Turbi could find a way to take this home.
Mm-hmm. I have to say, though, just from this draft, like my initial bet here is leaning towards Kanzaki, who does go for the Fire Quaish, interestingly enough. I mean, I suppose that makes sense. Cernith doesn't do very well into this composition at all, but it depends on how much you feel you can outlast that comp with that. Still, though, we get into our turn 1 of our second game here. Turbi versus Kanzaki. How do we think about this start?
Indeed, really interesting for at least of it to say, and it's not every day I actually see a Chamomile Loali, to be real honest with you.
Yeah, Chamomile Loali looks pretty nice. So that means that it's a lot better into Calibus, so that means it's probably something Turbi's going to want to try to save for that. But then we're back into the question of what's Turbi doing this turn? Is he going to try to, like, I don't know. The challenge that I have here is Tuvine is more vulnerable immediately from Volfi, but the double in onto Volfi, if we go for like a Hypoxia and then Feather Gatling into that, depending on the spread this Volfi has, that's going to be pretty painful. And Loali doesn't really do much turn 1. Turn 2, we could see a Resin that would do something pretty reasonable to either of these 2 Tems, but that gives Kanzaki pretty much carte blanche to just T-pose on Turbi turn 1, if that's the case.
that plug from Wolfie does actually fairly decent damage. Actually, taking 40% out of that 2-mine, that's quite a lot, though.
Okay, you know what? The thing that I'm surprised by... Okay, I constantly underestimate the amount of damage that Loali can output with that, as we do see the double in on it, though, getting it down to 14%. Heavy trades right now. The upside here is that 2-Vine's trapped and it just dies to another plague. So that's big for Turbi there. The problem that I have there is that Barnshee is the real threat, and it's the thing that's much more frightening, in my opinion.
Oh, yes, indeed. And Turbi have to, I don't know, like, letting Loali, he have to make a decision here. Either letting Loali die here, but Loali would be still good to do some pressure damage on Kanzaki's Koish and Calabis, or yeah, like, just should he let it die, or should he just try to save it? But there's no like good options for Turbi to swap it out if we're gonna see another double up.
Well, he does have Volaren to swap out here, which, given that he still has the Loali as sort of a powerful tool there, that I'm assuming has enough speed to outpace some more things on Kanzaki's side. It's an option that he has available. At 14%, though, he might just choose to sack here. The problem that I have is that Tornado kills Loali, I'm pretty sure, from this point. And I don't know how much Turbi wants anything else to eat a Tornado.
The Tornado is going to do so much damage. I definitely is going to taking out this Loali.
I mean, the upside here is that Turbi's Volvi is basically untouched from this opener, but as I said before, even though the 2-Vine goes down, and that's definitely an advantage for Turbi here, this Barnshee is the real spook. Also, oh man, imagine me forgetting that energy manipulation does the job as well.
And the EM envelope have as well the same priority as a Tornado, so...
It would have been interesting potentially to have seen Turbi click turbo choreography there if he wasn't sure whether he was going to survive. But at least this does mean that he doesn't get any significant damage from Barnshee onto any other Tem for that swap in. It's just kind of a hard mind game to try to deal with there. If you get the love tap to try to deal with that 14%, or the Tornado anyways, just damn your stam and just hit anything that you expect as a swap in to come back hard. Now that Yowler's on the board, though, things are looking a little spooky.
Oh, yes. Seems like it could be a free show-off buffer if Kanzaki decides to do that. Otherwise, I don't think that they're just gonna... Could be also running your clinch as well, since it doesn't running any chamomile here, which is... I mean, depending really what is want to do.
Well, we saw that Kanzaki has a Grumper, so it's likely that's where his chamomile is. Usually, if you don't see a chamomile on Yowler, it's running energy drink, because with its low base speed, you kind of need to have something there to avoid sleep. We see a Plague hit the Yowler for actually over 25%. That's pretty decent. Says a lot when that is actually decent, as the energy manip's going to be going down onto this Valorant, trying to sap it of some stamina. Always a good play against what's expected to be an anaerobic Valorant. Usually kept in check by their low stamina in comparison to their other stuff there. Look at it, down to 45% from a single Nox Bomb. It does bring the Yowler down to almost 50%, but at a significant cost to its own longevity there.
And as was talked about earlier, that he decided to go for the show-off, which... I mean, if that's the only turn one move Kanzaki had, so it seems really understandable. And this Valorant is special defense anaerobic. So
not only that... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. You go ahead.
I know, continue on.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, I almost missed this. Yeah, no, that's a Handcuffs Barnshee, which is a pretty cool thing to see. So the energy manipulation there also means that if you're running up against something that's resistant and you've got the synergy, which of course Kanzaki has available to him in the form of Cerny if he chooses to draft that at some point, is the sort of thing where it's that opens up a lot of options for trapping in things you wouldn't otherwise be able to.
And we do see now that this Barnes decided to trap in this Wolfie as well. Could this be a late Torment Yowler?
It could very well be a late Torment Yowler, which is pretty intimidating to see. It is going to get hard focused by Turbi, though, as this actually might take it down from here. Yes, it does. Before the Yowler's even able to get a move off, it is focused into oblivion by Turbi, just hard nutting 2 turns into that Yowler, just taking it down from 100 to 0. Lot of damage on Volfi from that overexertion thanks to the exhaust, but I'd argue that's probably worth it from here.
Yeah, losing Yowler this early, that could. No, I don't think it's gonna cost the game, but it definitely is a hard loss for Kanzaki.
The problem that okay, so remember how I said the Barnshi is still controlling this board? The problem is everything in Turbi's back line hates Barnshi with a burning passion. Sun Eater there, which excellent nickname by the way. It's like Calibus doesn't like taking wind attacks, even from a chonky barn. Like it's not going to be appreciating those. And while if we assume that this is neutrality Barnshi, because usually fat handcuffs Barnshies tend to be, it's not going to be taking anything from that toxic ink that's meaningful outside of its low actual defense and HP for that. Like it's not going to be taking any poison ticks, which is we know is like most of the damage of toxic ink.
Yes, indeed. And I don't know if he really wants to swap up Barnshi. I mean, he could still save a Barnshi for another turn, just in case that we see this Noxus spawn.
Nah, instead he's going to be continuing to try to drain Turbi of his stamina while also just getting some heavy damage in. This was the problem. This is my sort of concern here. Oh no, the Feather Gatling onto the Barnshi means that he was expecting a swap into Calibus there that just didn't happen. That it does stop him from potentially overexerting, I believe, from that. But that's not a lot of damage onto one of the most threatening Tems that Kanzaki has.
I'm thinking he was like, it can be 3 or 4 stamina away from actually successfully overexerting this Valorant, so it was so close.
Also, quick side note, thank you, Pink Giraffe, for the raid. Welcome to our Invitational Day 2, and you've come in at a great time, so this is a pretty fun game between Turbi and Kanzaki. Kanzaki showing us that, Barnshi's perfectly happy to continue T-posing here, as without an effective amount of stamina, Turbi's kind of at a loss for being able to push against this Barnshi effectively. A Plague Nox Bomb double into it could be something, but he instead decides to conserve his Valorend and swap in the Mashuk instead. He's just going for the Fire Coish.
Doing actually over 40% of that course. That's actually kind of valuable in my eyes.
Okay, so we see the Quetzalania get eaten pretty comfortably there, and that's pretty much all of the stamina from Koish, but as we see, the Windburst slaps. John Cena is already down to 36%.
Even though if Barnshi does another Windburst here, this John Cena will just still keep standing. And this Koish, if he decides to do another Quetzal or anything, this is gonna do a heavily overexerted, and this Koish can't swap out either.
At this point, I think Turbi kind of just has to risk his back line, conserving the Volfi, because the Volfi can still do pretty well against Calibus, since Calibus also doesn't have the best base stamina in the world. If he can keep his Valorend alive, then that's fantastic. The problem is the Barnshi is stamina draining extraordinaire, as we're seeing here, consistently dropping down those Emanips and just exhausting Turbi's lineup. Which, given Turbi has not been putting any pressure onto that Barnshi, trying to just let it exhaust, like sort of overexert itself, and that's just not happening because the low stamina cost of both Windburst and Energy Manip is kind of a tight spot despite the Tem advantage that Turbi has.
And I'm gonna also point in that even though Turbi have 3 Tems that is kinda low, around that 40% marker, like Kanzaki could kind of crazy go for get rid of one of them, but he's gonna be costing so much both momentum and his own Tem's health, so I do not see Kanzaki's want to do an overexertion here, but he's gonna have to take a lot of hits in his face. Well,
if we do see Turbi go for, I don't know, Calibus in the Volphy spot right now, then if we're expecting an energy manip onto that slot because it's currently untrapped, then that's fine for Turbi, and he can still get an Urushiol off onto this Koish, perhaps, given that Koish is currently locked in and is at very low stamina cost. So we do see it swap out for Sun Eater, so that does look like that's going to be happening here. The question is, where's the energy manip going to drop down, or is it going to be a wind burst instead? The Urushiol certainly is basically a death sentence for this Koish, but we kind of knew that was going down. The wind burst does take down John Cena, so at least it got something out before it went down, and that was actually perfect stamina. The Barnshee hasn't overexerted.
That Barnshee can stand one more turn and actually do some heavily damage if it wants to.
And the other problem here is it's going to take 2 turns for this Koish to go down from the poison tick. So that's more damage that this Koish can do over the course of this game. Okay, if Turbi brings in his Volphy here, that's something. But the Volphy probably goes down to a Ketsa as well. So that's 1 plague you get on Barnshee. Is that enough?
I don't think so. That's gonna be enough. And by looking on how much stamina this Volphy have, I don't know if Turbi want to do that, but I mean, he could sacrifice Wolfhead at this point, but I think he's going to take in some kind of overexertion here.
The thing is, he can't bring in Valorant yet. He needs to save that Valorant for the Calibus at this point. The Valorant does not take anything from Calibus and can slap back with the Feather Gatling in return. It basically seals Turbi the end game, which is exactly what Kanzaki doesn't want. So, he's going to try to just pressure down this Volphy slot and try to deal with that. Now, the challenge with this is, I don't see... Okay, unless we're seeing a Plague onto Koish this turn, which is another possibility there. If we see, a H-Slap or a Toxic Ink into Barnshee instead, or a Strangle even. Nah, Strangle doesn't make sense because it's going to be resting this turn anyways, or something like that. It's too low stamina for a Strangle to feel comfortable there, but... If Turbi's able to maneuver this correctly and take out the Koish and in some way disable the Barnshee for next turn, so he can start getting an early lead on that Calibus, that could be something here.
Yeah, definitely. By the look of this right now, I can't really say that Turbi have the advantage, or Kanzaki is just coming back out of nowhere.
So we see the Plague go down onto Koish, which makes a lot of sense. That takes the Koish down before it's able to get any more collateral damage off. It overexerts the Volphy, but that's something. The Toxic Ink goes down on the Barnshee, which rested. 62% on the Barnshee is a bit more manageable. As I said, if we can get Turbi, if Turbi can manage to sort of lean into this hard right now before his Vola hits the field, Vola can clean up here. I think at this point, if he just focuses the Barnshee, then that's the best possible thing he can do. Problem is, if this Calibus gets strangled by Kanzaki's Calibus, then he loses so much of his capacity to push.
Could this Calibus from Turbi have Humiliating Slap that gives a little bit of an edge for his Valorant to do that final Noxious Bomb on the Barnshee?
A Humiliating Slap would be great here, I agree. The problem is the moment that comes, the moment that Vola comes out, it's only at 34%. It's only got so many hits before it goes down, and it needs to just hard focus that Calibus, in my opinion. You want to get as much damage on it now as possible.
You are indeed true on that point, but I do believe that Vola could take one hit from this Calibus before it goes down, so it can still do some kind of a pressure to this Calibus. But I'm totally understanding, and I'm totally agreeing that this Valorant needs to just keep focusing on Kanzaki's Calibus. It can't just let standing there and keep pushing down this Valorant.
We see Turbi actually swap out his Volphy as he brings in the Valorant instead here. Now, this isn't something I agree with, but of course, the Valorant was overexerted. Sorry, the Volphy was overexerted, so it wasn't being able to do anything this match. And the Water Jet coming out for massive damage from the Calibus there. Not the amount of damage I expected that to do. What was that? Just under 30%? That's actually pretty significant, all things considered.
Yeah, and Kanzaki's Calibus decided to strangle this Valorant, so this Valorant can't do anything this turn. That was a pretty good read from Kanzaki's side.
Definitely. Now, one upside of this is that the Volfi can just swap back this turn. That's something that could happen there. Obviously, Kanzaki hasn't lost this. If Kanzaki can maneuver this effectively, as we've seen, keeping strangles on targets of opportunity like that while continuing to whittle down this Calibus, then Turbi's in a really tight spot. Like, he doesn't really have much else to do there, and the Volfi is going to go down from a single Toxic Ink. It's just a rough time.
And when I'm looking at the health now on Turbi's Wolfie, I'm thinking that if this Calibus can do enough damage, this Wolfie might die this turn.
I'm saying, if it Toxic Inks, one Toxic Ink's all it's going to take, in my opinion. So we do see another Windburst go down on Sun Eater, bringing it down to 23%. The Toxic Ink comes down onto the Calibus, getting it to 86%. Not very much at all in comparison to more damage on the Barnshee. Seems like an interesting play there. But at least the Volfi comes in unpunished.
I kind of understanding now why Turbi decided to swap Wolfie in here, because Kanzaka's Calibus were actually... They did strangle the previous turn, which somehow I forgot about again.
Yeah, my only concern there, like, obviously, as you just said, the strangle went down, so obviously we were only getting 2 Tems acting that turn. My question is, why did that tank not hit the Barnshee? We do see the Plague go down on the Barnshee, and it does not KO because of that. Is that single misplay going to make this game?
That could really cost the game, actually, yes.
I mean,
but the Barnshees fall down.
Warrior because of the tornado there. Actually, why did the tornado happen there?
And this Wolfies fall down as well.
It all comes down to, can Turbi take down this Calibus before his own Valorant goes down? Now, no minus deaths on this Valorant. A lot of this depends, does this Calibus carry H-Slap? How well does it eat these Feather Gats? Oh no, that's a lot of damage from those Feather Gats. So the Water Jet comes down, and that brings it down to 12.5%. I don't think it's going to be enough.
It's down on the very last wire here, but it feels like Turbi can finish this off with another Feather Gelding.
Not quite, but I don't think that the Toxic Ink's going to be enough. Yeah, no, the Valorant is able to just squeeze out a victory here. You can just sort of HKS for the love tap at this point, just to make sure, which is precisely what Turbi does, as Game 2 is won by Turbi by a hair. Kanzaki once again showing how much of a demon he can be in the right circumstance. But Turbi showing us that, just because he hasn't necessarily been in too many tournaments as of late, doesn't mean he's not an absolute monster when he needs to be. Well played from Turbi there, winning our second game.
Yeah, what a great match. And Turbi thinks that he's gonna get smacked and wrecked. Well, he just flipped that table around in my eyes.
Mm-hmm. Really tight plays.
Okay, so we're gonna be throwing back to the analyst desk, back to Roach and the company. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, enjoy.
Welcome back once more with the analyst desk. We missed you last time. We're here this time. We'll never leave you alone for too long, I promise. That was an incredible game we just witnessed, though, between Turbi and Kanzaki. Came down to the very last turn. Any changes in those decisions, it could have gone either way. We have quite a lot prepared for you guys. If you guys want to talk, what do you think was a couple of the determining rounds during that last fight?
Ooh, so I think the big elephant in the room is the turn where we saw the handcuffs on Barnshee from the Emanip, and then we did not see the late Torment from Yao come out, and instead seeing the show off. And then, even though that didn't bring it down below 50% health, the Dust Vortex, which is about 30% more damage than Plague, was able to take it out with the Noxious Bomb from Bola. That was a huge change in tempo. It's pretty easy to say that it was very it was a greed up, right? It wasn't a show off, it was a greed up. It really gave Turbi a lot of momentum, right?
Yeah, that turn was really painful. We were all calling the late Torment, and then when we saw the 50% damage and the show off, we were all really scared for the Dialor. because we knew it would die to the next double in. And I think we can all agree that Yowler, if it could have done more damage there, it would have done so much in that game. And even if it looked like the game was really close in the end, I think it was unnecessarily close. I think Turbi had the game in the bag earlier, and he did a few very weird moves at the end that, well, I wouldn't say throwing because he won the game, but there were some weird focuses there, I think.
Yeah, also at the very beginning, if you want to talk about, prioritizing the kill, he actually decided to go on the 2 Vine instead of the Banshee. That was pretty interesting, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because actually Banshee was very important into, like, pretty much most of the attempts from Turbi. But actually he decided to go on the 2 Vine, so that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, oh, sorry. I also, another thing to point out against the Yowler, one of the last times was Vola, right? And it came down to just being a couple percentage points. That Vola would have most likely died from a comeback or late Torment.
Yeah.
Which is just very interesting to think about. Obviously, some of this is hindsight bias. Because Kanzaki may have not thought that Yowler would have taken up so much damage, because Yowler is Yowler. It might as well be a mythic Pokemon, or Pokemon. Gosh, mythic Temtem. But yeah.
Yeah, sometimes when you don't see any Kinus around Yowler, you just say, okay, it is probably easier to, deal with it. But yeah, probably Kanzaki thought that he was not going to focus that Yowler, and he probably thought that it was a pretty free show-off, but actually that didn't happen. So yeah, this was a pretty good, turning point for Turbi, like you said, Rishi. Yeah.
I think overall, and while it might be hindsight bias, like you said, I think it wasn't... Like, that Vola was obviously a really big threat for Kanzaki's team. Like, that Vola was really hard to deal with. And not getting that free damage off of it, well, that was really big. I think that was the biggest turn or the biggest swing in favor for Turbi.
Yeah.
And to get back to the lead matchup, because you asked about that just now, and I think that was really interesting as well. I don't necessarily disagree with the 2 Vine double in. I think 2 Vine was a big threat regardless. 2 Vine and Banshee were both really, really scary against the Toxic team. I would have liked to see the Banshee focus, especially with a Mishuk in the back.
Yeah.
But I completely disagree with it either. 2 Vine Feather Gatling would have done so much damage as well.
That's very true.
That's true. Yeah, also we saw Mishuk, like, staying there a couple of turns, being pretty much sacrificed. But yeah, in the end, it was pretty good for Turbi. But like you said, guys, it was closer than expected. But yeah. For both players, absolutely.
Yeah, do we have enough time to talk about the Tsubakki and
Plat game
Plat match?
We've got about 4 minutes. We can go into it shortly.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So, Saber, you have some notes on that? So.
Oh, yeah. I have a couple of notes. Like, the first one was pretty interesting to talk about. The 2.8 remaining on the Wolfie, when actually it got doubled by HKS and DMAC from both Volarant and Saze Munch. We were just wondering, probably Feather Gatling there was a little bit better instead of HKS. Yeah, right?
Yeah, we're 99% sure that would have been better, just because even though you do get, or Wolfie does get the Plague off, and that does take a good amount, or that's going to do a lot of damage to either Size Munch or take a lot of stamina off of Volarand. You do get rid of the Wolfie, and which is huge, arguably, and Size Munch is still in a good position because there isn't really anything that could come in on the board on it. Or come into that Wolfie slot. And Feather Gatling would have most likely killed because it was at -1 special attack, meaning that even though it's not going to decrease the HKS damage by 33%, it's still going to decrease it by a decent amount. And it was +1 defense and +1 special defense. Wolfie is naturally less defensively bulky, thus the Feather Gatling most likely would have killed.
Yeah, like you said, Wolfie's physical defense is pretty bad, so we can pretty much agree that Feather Gatling would have likely killed. I think it was a coin toss there, because your Size Munch would have taken a lot of damage because of the Plague, but in the end that Wolfie did so much in that match, and just having a Temtem that came in, clicked Lifle Sap, and went out to heal back to full was such a big swing for Tsubakki that landing that KO on Volvi would have likely done so much.
Yeah, because we saw the Lifeful Sap coming into like straight away for Tsubakki and just switching out the Wolfie, getting back to like almost full HP with the Lifeful Sap. So yeah, that was pretty huge turn for Tsubakki there. And another pretty interesting thing, it happened like on turn 9 and 10. We saw a confiscate from Golld there. It was pretty, I wouldn't say weird move, but yeah, it was a way for, removing the Doom status from the Valorant. I mean, confiscate plus bamboozling that. It was pretty interesting to see.
I love that tag. I'm a really big fan of that tag. I think the confiscate is fantastic. He clicked it later on the Tortonite, I believe, seizing its sweatband, and that did have a lot of impact in the end because Tortonite couldn't click any moves anymore because of its stamina. It didn't get the stamina regen from the sweatband. So I think it is a solid move, but in the end, that confiscate plus bamboozle is 2 turns you waste on clicking those moves, and you don't have the luxury of doing that against Tsubakki, I think.
Yeah, and also we saw a very interesting, item on Tsubakki's Golld there. It was a drill, hitting the fish there and just, killing that even with the bamboozle. So that was a pretty interesting thing too from Tsubakki that I wanted to point out.
Yeah, it was a nice tech, especially it's not just good for killing Koishas behind bamboozles because that's a bit more of a niche, right? But also the Naga Goulder matchup, Naga Goulder Mirror, it's very nice for that.
Yep.
Yeah, I love that. I think that was a really fun tech as well, the drill on Goulder. It is, as you said, it can be really flexible, and hitting that Nature Koish was pretty big.
Yeah.
All right, I hate to interrupt you guys. We are just about at that time. We have just a moment. Go over and make some quick predictions for the next match, which will be Ice Red Bennett versus Golld. I want to go around the table. Jeb, what do you think?
Ooh, I think, judging from the current standings, Bennett has won 2 games. Golld has lost 2 games. So I think Bennett might be in a good situation here, good mental, going at it, and that matters a lot in tournaments. So I gotta give it to him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Bennett also, actually, just because Bennett, both of them are amazingly strong players. That was weird wording, but they're both very strong players. It's just that Bennett has I don't know, whenever I verse Bennett, there's just something, he's just got a secret to him. There's just some secret sauce that he's able to just finesse some matches away from other people.
Yeah, sounds fair. Okay, my vote goes for Golld instead, because I have faith. I believe in the comeback, and sometimes it's also from my club. So my vote goes for Golld, but I know that Bennett is an awesome player, so.
All right, last but not least, I have to agree with everybody else on that Bennett front. The chat was pretty biased, and I think that he's shown a lot of resolve today. But we are already into the pick and ban, so you will see us again after this match. We're moving back along to Jantan and Quarter for some nice commentary.
Hello and welcome back to our 3rd game in our Group B invitational matches. This is, of course, Golld versus Bennett. And as you can see, we're already well underway here. Pretty interesting lineup from both Golld and Bennett. Obviously, both champions in their own right, both formerly Enigma members as well. So it's interesting. They're probably going to be very familiar against each other. We see, of course, Valish Grumper out from Golld here with the Kinu ban on his side, and a Volfi ban from, of course, towards Bennett, meaning that, of course, this Valish and this Grumper get a bit of an easier time against literally everything else on Bennett's lineup.
I'm wondering, though, here if Golld going to have a free madness buff here, or if you're just going to make sure it's safe and swap out depending on what it's having in the backline.
Honestly, yeah, looking at this, unless we're seeing a heavy double in to Grumper turn 1, which could be a thing, there's still a lot of other threats that Bennett has into this. Okay, so we do see the Kinu ban as our second ban from Bennett, and then towards Bennett, and then the Sernif is banned from Golld. It's like a personal insult. This man, of course, the author of most contemporary Sernif builds in many ways, having very much refined most of what we understand about settling Sernif. Just sort of escalating from there as we see Nagulder picked on one side and Voli Yowler on the other. Like, Golld has other options here. Not having the Sernif to lean on means that he might try to conserve his Valish more, especially given how good it's looking into so much of the rest of Bennett's lineup. But I don't know. This could go a lot of separate ways. The Nagai's is certainly looking better for him here than the Size Munch, though. Even with that Two-Vine just sort of being delicious for the Size Munch alongside that Grumper. He's got so many answers to that lead, and he kind of, like, it feels like he might want something more out there later, but he disagrees and goes straight for that Size Munch. So with that, let's get into our third game. What do you think about this turn one?
This is a quite interesting turn one, I'm gonna say, though. I'm still thinking about this. Will he do the Madness buff here? I mean, this Velash can take a lot of damage from this Grumper, though.
Yeah, this is a problem. Okay, so if we're expecting a Mud Shower CPG into the Valish spot, then Size Munch comes in easy on that side, and in the meantime, we're seeing equal Mud Shower back onto Bennett's Grumper. So that seems like the best swap in there from Golld. If he doesn't choose to try to two-shot something this turn. But that means he has to be comfortable two-shotting that, because as we say, that's a lot of pressure that you're putting on Valish turn one.
Yeah, and you don't want to lose Valash way too early. Like, you want to find a way to either set up your Valash or find it in the right spot to do some heavily damage.
Yeah, it's a bit concerning there. As I said, the Size Munch feels like the best thing there. The Valoran might be able to come in as well, depending on what kind of Valoran Golld's running. I actually don't know whether he's preferring aerobic or anaerobic at this point. Both feel pretty nice, though, into Bennett's team, so I'll probably want to conserve that, not swap in on an expected double up, which is why I'm expecting the Size Munch here, which is very good for dealing with this early board, while not necessarily being the most valuable against like a Yukama, a Nagai's, and a Goulder. So we do instead see a double in early, though, as he doesn't do very much to the Grumper at all, and takes almost 50% from the combo there. It takes him down to 1% on the Valish. That's really risky. So deeply threatening early plays there from Golld, as that early trade I definitely don't think worked out for him well there.
I think he's expecting probably a little bit more damage to do on Grumper from Velash, but since he's just do half damage, I'm not totally agreeing with doing that much pressure, or you're putting your Valash into so much pressure right now, so you need to swap it out if you want to find a way to keep this Velash going.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, obviously, if Golld is intending to... normally, you get a TEM at 1.6%, you're like, okay, this boy's done. Valish, of course, with Scavenger and a variety of separate tools to be a raid boss later on, has more than enough potential to sort of swap out now and come back in on a predicted death and get some of that back up. That's going to be harder for it, but it's possible. I do think that could go either direction here. Like, if we try to... we have seen that it goes first. So we could very well just be seeing a Crystal Spikes into Grumper or whatever swaps into that spot. Goulder being the next best thing to eat that means that, you know, you might want to just conserve that anyways if we're expecting like a Peck or a Tornado out of Two-Vine here, both of which are regularly slotted as the fourth move.
Yeah, I mean, Bennett here could sacrifice his Grumper here, but I don't think you don't want to, like I said earlier, you don't want to sacrifice any times too early if you want to play very aggressive, and he doesn't seem to be this type of aggressive, so most likely a swap from Grumper here to, yeah, like I think the Golden, like you said earlier, would be the make sense, but he decides to keep pushing over this Velash, and it does kill Grumper.
That might even keep the Velash alive, depending on what this Two-Vine does. The CPG, however, is going to confirm the kill on Velash, as we saw earlier, so that's an even trade between these two. As the T-Strike's going to come down, I'm curious as to how much damage this is going to do as a neutral hit. Almost 50% to the Two-Vine as well. That's actually pretty solid.
That is solid.
I'd still argue that's kind of more of a favorable trade for Bennett, though, given how good Valish can be into most of his back line. Rough one to really say for sure, though, because losing out on something that could very much just disembowel his Valorant is obviously something Golld wants to prioritize there.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna say that Bennett's Naga is freely to walk now around this field, but just knowing that the Naga is still behind there and having the Lash would be pretty good to counter that Naga.
Well, okay, we do still have a lot of options on Golld's side to deal with the Naga. I mean, we have a Valorant here that's still perfectly happy to jump on, and especially now that we've seen that this Tuvine has taken this much damage from a Thunderstrike from Grumper, like, I don't know if you want to bring Naga into this scenario. Now, seeing a Golder drop onto the field first and then a swap into Naga might be something here, but no, instead we see the Yukama just come in to start trying to pressure out whatever Golld sends in here. With 2 Urths on the field, yeah, no, that's going to be priority number 1. If we see a double in onto this Grumper, it may well die before it's able to respond at all, and that's not something you really want to deal with as Golld.
I mean, if this Tuvine runs like we know it runs CPG, and we're probably running Feather Gathering Tornado, but we don't really know what the 4th move could potentially be. But like the only thing that will do like neutral damage is if it's running with Humiliating Slap. Otherwise, all of its attacks just doing like literally half damage.
Now, one thing I'm curious about here is if this Size Munch is bait. Nope, it looks like instead the Size Munch sticks around and the Yowler swaps out on that side. I'm kind of curious to see whether the Valorant just like swaps in somewhere here, but the Water Cannon is going to come down onto Yowler, which eats it, I'm going to say, comfortably. The Uppercut's going to come down on Tuvine, and it's not going to take it out, as the CPG is going to come down like a ton of bricks. And yeah, no, that's going to bring it down to 40%. This is a heavy offense Tuvine.
Yeah, I think this Tuvine have done pretty much, not like done for today, but this Tuvine have done a lot of work already within just a couple of turns.
Oh yeah, it's done its job greatly. Now that said, one other thing I like about this entire scenario here is that the Yukama still kind of wants... actually, okay, my concern here is that the Yukama wants to aquatic one of these spots. Like, you know that the Yowler goes down to Tuvine here, but you're basically sacking your Tuvine doing that. You kind of want to deal with Valorant with Tuvine, except that's not possible now. At 12.1%, it's not happening. So the Yukama instead just swaps out, interrupting everything I was going to say there as Golder appears in that spot instead.
And we see a Sandwich Punch actually flees from the battlefield, and Valorant is popping in here instead.
Yeah, that's what I was building into, was the predicted Valorant swap onto the Size Bunch bit, because it's basically saying, you know, waste your water prio into me, please. And no, we see that was not fallen for on Golld's side as he swaps in the Golder Nagais, but eats a suplex in doing so. Now, that's usually kind of a bad time for Nagais, just because Nagais is a very stamina-hungry Tem. This also means that Yowler is still able to flex. Like, if we got a clinch on Golld's side here, then that's the sort of thing he can quickly do pre-Boozle. Actually, I don't know if that breaks Boozle or not. I'm always unclear as to how the 1 prio works with that, especially since I don't know whether Golld is running a 50 SV or a 1 SV Yowler. The Nox Bomb, however, is obviously still a deep concern towards this Nagais. Okay, so instead going for the Oshidashi means that the Yowler basically gives its life to ensure that this Nox Bomb connects. So we also get to find out what sort of item this... oh no, we would have seen. So yeah, no, it's going to be taking a ton from this Nox Bomb. Yep, down to 22%, and that is not something that it took comfortably. Only problem here is everything else that comes into that second slot on Golld's side does not like a Nagais' Fury.
No. That is indeed correct, and we do see that this Naga is actually wearing a Tukma mask, so that actually saves.
Yeah, the Tukma mask is definitely something that's helped it out there. Like, I don't know, 22%, this is still going down very soon. The problem is it doesn't look like it's going down fast enough. The fact that consistently Golld has not quite confirmed these KOs against Bennett is certainly something that's been very valuable for Bennett inside this. Like, it brings us to this scenario where, once again, the board versatility is definitely favoring Bennett here. Like, sure, he doesn't have the Grumper, but he still has like a full HP Goulder. He's got Yukama in the back, which just disembowels this board. If he can deal with the Valorant, then he doesn't even need Nagais.
That is true. If this Golder actually decide to bamboozle, it doesn't matter what the Grumper does here.
If the Golder bamboozles, then Nagai still dies while taking down Grumper. This means that we have a Yukama left that can't do anything against Valorant, and Valorant can still clean up. Bennett needs to make sure this doesn't happen, which is why I'm actually kind of more expecting Psy-Surge or something like that this turn instead. So we do see the Bamboozle come down. And the T-Strike comes down, breaking the Boozle. The Fury comes down. Oh, no. Okay, so it does not KO the Grumper, and the Nox Bomb comes down. This is the worst possible outcome here for Bennett.
For a moment, I thought this was a drill Valorant, but no, it's not yet.
No, I don't think we're seeing any max speed Grumper plays just yet. But it would also not make sense if he's been breaking the Boozle the previous time for this Valorant to be drill. What's more like... Actually, I don't know what... It could be Energy Drink Vala, given we haven't seen the item on it yet. That's a distinct possibility. Right, so the Grumper's basically sacrificed here, but it's once again, something to draw fire. The Golder dies to Valorant 100%, and in the meantime, this Two Vines at such low HP, it's probably going to be going down to a Hyperkinetic Strike.
And we see the Water Cannon actually takes out this Grumper. Very comfortable and reasonable. But how much damage will this Nox Bomb do to Yukama?
Well, the answer is plenty. Now, one upside here is, first off, the Bamboozle onto Yukama, which is always nice. But the other thing is, Bennett saved his priority. Obviously, he had no reason to use Aquatic Whirlwind there, meaning that he has it available for this Size Munch, which, depending on how Golld spread it, could very well take out this Size Munch before it even breathes.
I mean, if Yukama can take down to really low, like, I don't know, probably down to like 20% HP, and this Goldy just do a tink, this Size Munch won't stand anymore.
Yeah, it's a very tough one. With the Two Vine in the back still at like a smidge of its health as well. It's such a tough little board right here. The low stamina on Valorant means that Golld cannot afford to keep spamming Nox Bomb here. I think he might be able to get a Feather Gatling off, and that would be enough to kill the Yukama. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure all of those are going to be going after Size Munch, but it all comes down to, does Size Munch live in Aquatic Whirlwind?
I do think that he can probably survive one Aquatic Whirlwind, but I am more worried about if this Golld is tinking and die because of the poison tick.
Yeah, no, that's another serious problem there. I don't see what else we could... I don't see other counterplay there, because the Toxic Ink is, of course, something that 12.5% is a lot to ask on top of a super effective, high damaging hit from Yukama, among, like, above anything else.
Oh, yes. And having the Two Vine just back, waiting for to probably do the final push if it has to, but I think this Yukama is going to do enough pressure to secure the win, if I bold enough to say that.
Some people are suspecting, if the AWW doesn't kill here, potentially a turbo on the following turn, but we'll have to see how this goes. So it does look like it will go down to a Toxic Ink, but it does wind up going for a Stonewall instead, not breaking the Boozle, and instead just securing this Valorant as it rests up on this turn. Basically, Golld sacrificing his Size Munch to ensure some heavy killing next turn, and he doesn't even die from it. This means that his Dim Mak is up this turn. There's no prio on Yukama. This is amazing, actually, for Golld.
I forgot about that. Sesrush actually have Stonewall, and because of that, he actually got a defense proc from his trait. That saves him his life from dying because of the toxic thing.
Yeah, of course, the Earthbound stopping it from actually KOing to the damage of Toxic Ink alongside the Poison Tick. Very good bit of interaction from Golld there, saving him his Size Munch for one more turn in what may very well turn the tables of this match.
And now it feels like that Golld could comfortably walk on the park here, just take home this victory, but we still have Bennett with his 3 attempts standing up here. So this Edgemarch need to do some really heavy damage here. Like we know that Dimmark is up now, so.
Yeah, no, the Dimmark being up is just another big problem here, because now, as we said before, the only thing that this Yukama can do now is turbo, bringing in the 2-Vine. I think that's the optimal play for Bennett right now. That's like something he can try to do to get back into this, because if he can get the 2-Vine up, get some like quick and cheeky attacks on Valorant, then that's something.
I mean, what would... Oh, the Tsunami
The
goes to the
Tsunami outspeeds. Okay, so that does absolutely nothing to Valorant, the most significant threat on Bennett's side of the field. The Nox Bomb goes down anyways and just destroys this Yukama. I guess it might just not even have Dimmock in that case.
Turbine doesn't have much health. Yes, that's easy to take down, but having 2 attempts against this Valorant, like, I know Golld doesn't do much damage on this Valorant, but Valorant also doesn't have much stamina to rely on.
My quick question here, Jen, is like, what precisely is this Golder going to do to this Valorant that's going to stop Valorant from being able to rest 2 turns in its face and then featherget it twice? Like, there haven't been any defense buffs onto this Golder, so it's just rocking its base bulk, which, from last I checked, if this is like a full attack Valorant, that's going to do like 30% to it. So Golld can afford to hyperkinetic strike here, take a bit of damage from that overexertion, rest 2 turns, then just tear apart this Golder.
That is actually true. You have a fair point there. My only answer to that would be just this Golld is going to keep licking, and yeah, we know how much that stamina is going to cost.
Yeah, no, that's the other problem there, is the stamina cost for Harmful Lick is pretty painful. So we see a Toxic Plume come out, actually outspeeding everything on that side. I was honestly expecting like a tornado or something off of that, but instead we see a CPG that's going to be pretty painful into that, getting it down to 46%. That's less of an overexert, but that's also a Bamboozle that did nothing onto the 2-Vine.
Yeah, and from here, like, we know the tank doesn't do much, and Harmful Lake is costing too much stamina. Yeah, and this Valorant have +2 defense as well. This Golder is gonna get into shreds.
Yeah, so at this point you can featherget this turn. You rest the following 2 turns, expecting a Bamboozle, because then you just don't eat that. Okay, we actually see just a rest into that. We see a Feather Gatling this turn instead. Like, the challenge that I have here is that Bennett now has to play hard mode. Like, he has to get his Bamboozle up and then, like, magically out-damage this, and it just doesn't feel possible. The Harmful Lick comes down, and that brings Valorant down to 22%, but that's just, you know, one more...
That Harmful Lick did, like, what? Just roughly 12%, a little bit more than 12%.
And the problem is with the inversion, like with the fact that Golder is the slowest thing on the field here, he can't afford to boozle, which is the one thing that I think would actually win him this matchup. Because as we can see now, Golld can just like execute here with any variety of win moves. He just decides to play it safe, stick with the Feathergat.
And that's GG for Golld.
Well played to Golld, so putting all his chips on the table and putting it into a Valorant that Bennett just didn't have an answer to once his 2-Vine took so much damage. Just really interesting seeing how Golld tried to manage that field against things that were very frightening to pretty much everything but Valorant.
Yeah, but that Sench much move in the end there with the Stonewall actually, I feel like were one of the points that were possible for Golld to win the match. And we are going to be heading back to the analyst desk. So, Roger and the company, please take it away. What happened in this match?
Right once.
Welcome back once more to the analyst desk. Another fantastic match come and gone, and a lot for us to talk about. I know that we've taken some notes. I know we've dissected a lot of those turns, maybe a little bit too far.
Yep.
What do you want to talk about this time?
Okay, we want to start from the very beginning, like it was the two leads. We have Tuvine and Grumper from Bennett's side, and then we had Valash and Grumper for the other side. We just saw Bennett actually doubling the Valash, bringing it down to 1.6. And then we saw just, the other Grumper going down in the next turn. It was pretty close, but I think it was calced. What do you think, guys, on that 1.6 on the Valash?
I don't really think it was calced, like, before the match. I think that was just hey, my Valash is pretty bulky, and also I don't really have many switch-ins outside of Size Munch for this lead, and they could easily have brought in something like Naga to predict the Size Munch switch-in. Well, maybe not easily, but they could have done that. And Golld just thought, hey, if I die, I die. I get a free swap into whatever in the back. If I live, though, I get another Crystal Spike off. And he lived. And he got another Crystal Spike off, which was, as we saw, the next turn, he was able to take out Grumper.
Take a Grumper. And and just like a couple of turns later, it was precisely on turn 4, where we saw a very good switch in for Golld, reading the Naga Gulder incoming from Bennett. He just switched out the Size Munch for the Voloran. That was a pretty good read, guys, right? We saw it. It was a very good read.
Yeah, that was massive.
Yeah, that was 5-head there. Like, if he did not swap in that Voloran into that slot, like we were talking about during the match, Bennett may have just won on the spot there. Especially since he could have gotten a free Madness buff up he got a free Madness buff up because he would have had Grumper and Size Munch on the board. Grumper's Thunderstrike gets hit by, or he takes up the Bamboozle, and then what does Size Munch do to Naga?
Yep.
He gets a free Madness buff, then he gets a free Fury off, he gets a free Size, he gets whatever he wants off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and at that point, Naga's Fury did about 65% damage to Grumper, a little bit more even, and with Madness buff up, that probably would have killed the Grumper. And then you are in such a bad shape. I think those were like the 3 defining moments of the match. It was the first turn was really important, whereas Grumper was completely untouched. Then the second one was the swap in on the Naga Gulder, and the last one was the Stonewall.
Exactly.
In one of the final turns. I think those were the 3 most defining moments of the game, and by far the most important ones.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, because Yukama actually was bamboozled in the previous turn. And actually, that was probably the best turn for Golld for setting up the Voloran and just, let him do all the job in the late game, right?
Yep. That, like Rarzi actually mentioned, if he, instead of bamboozling the Yukama, if he harmful licked, it would have put him in a position where he would have had to attack the Yukama instead of setting up that Stonewall. And then, like, that 1v1 between Gulder and Vola may have actually gone a different way. That Vola may have been going down to a harmful lick with an OX afterward, instead of the Gulder going down.
Yeah, that Vola being almost untouched at the end was very big. Like, because it lived on such a sliver of health, it would have gone down to one more harmful lick. So I have to agree with you there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was like the 3 basically turning points of the game. But both players actually played very well, and both players had very good reads there. So I always want to say GG for both, and congratulations, Golld, for the win.
It was such a close game.
Yeah, and I believe that's Golld's first win. So hopefully this is like the road back to the top for Golld. Like I said earlier, before, obviously the chat didn't see this, but I was like, hopefully Golld isn't in a bad mindset, but also Golld's a top player. I didn't think, like I said, I don't think he's in a bad mindset. I think he's just dusting off the rust or just getting warmed up. And as we saw, that it was the case. Yeah,
and if we want to talk about a little bit also the standings, because I think that we still miss a game. I mean, Turbi and Tsubakki are still playing. We can see a little bit the standings here, and so we saw that basically. Let's see what.
Well, Turbi Tsubakki is a really important match because I think once you have three wins, you're pretty much guaranteed to go top cut.
Mm-hmm.
You're placed for the brackets because the first 4 go on to brackets. So this win basically guarantees your spot there.
Yep, and Kanzaki won against snrplat this round. So 3 more points here for Kanzaki. And yeah, so like Rishi said, Golld is his first win. So we only have this last round remaining. So do you have any prediction right now? I don't know about who is going to lock it. Of course, like we said, probably with one more win from Turbi here is definitely going to lock it. But any predictions about what's happening next?
I mean, after Tsubakki, I think Tsubakki probably takes this game and just locks it in. Like, Tsubakki played really well.
Mm-hmm.
But Turbi also played really well, so I could definitely see him take the game.
Yeah. Both players are pretty solid players, and yeah, we saw pretty good turns and games from both of them. Yeah. And
I cheated just a little bit during all the downtime. I did pull up that game just to see where they were, and it definitely looks like it's just about over. there's a very special Pocus over here that's built pretty well. So it looks like
I just tuned in, and that is a very good.
Probably going to be the one taking.
Okay, so we can pretty much
undefeated 3-0.
Yeah, we can pretty safely assume at this point that Tsubakki takes that game.
Oh, okay. So basically, it's okay. So potentially, it's a 3-0 for Tsubakki, right? Because I think he also won. He also won versus Golld in round number 2.
Yes.
So yeah, this is probably a 3-0 for Baki. So
that would mean like the standings are still really close, so anything can happen. For snrplat, it's gonna be difficult. He is 0-3 currently, and while it is possible to get into a tiebreaker, I think it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah. Also,
with top 4 advancing, it is possible. Like, it's not out of the question.
Yeah. We saw a couple of tiebreakers yesterday, basically. So everything can still happen. It's not, over yet until you basically finish the whole day. So yeah, I'm pretty, confident about everything. So any predictions on the next round, guys?
Yeah. What is the next match coming up?
Next match, we'll be looking at Turbi versus snrplat.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's gonna be a good game too.
So I think this will be like very important for the standings, because basically snrplat has to win this, because if he loses again, this will be like he will be out of games. So this is very, very important for both players, and also for Turbi, because if Turbi wins, he's definitely locking in his spot for the next week. So
yeah, definitely. It's gonna be a very important match here, especially for Plat. So it's gonna be a difficult one. Is it gonna be Plat who's going for it, or will be Turbi who's been playing really well too?
So my prediction is actually I'm gonna have to swap from Matt to Turbi, because from the many times since I use a toxic team, the many times I've versed Matt with his current team, I felt like I had a big advantage, just because it seems like Matt's team is not geared towards doing the toxic v toxic matchup, which is peculiar, because you'd think that, because usually he gears his teams to be very well in that. So it's going to be very interesting to see, but I do have my vote on Turbi.
Okay. Yeah,
I have to agree with that. I think after what I just said, I think Turbi has been playing really well. Matchup wise, I really like Turbi's team. It looks super solid, so I gotta go with him too.
Rosie, yours?
I promise that I'm not saying this just to vote on the other side of things, and I did just put in a really big bet in the channel points for Turbi. But the more that I look at snrplat's performance today, the more that it reminds me of 2 of his plus weekly victories, where he started off being 0-2, 0-3 in the Swiss rounds, and he came back to be pretty much undefeated throughout the entire tournament afterwards. I think we're going to see that again today. I think that Matt just had a bit of a shaky start. He had a couple of really close games, maybe made it a little bit more difficult, but now he does have, this 5-10 minutes to rest, to reallocate his energy towards the further matches. and I think that he's going to be able to come back and win this one.
Yeah, I mean, my vote goes for Plat too. Also, like for the previous one, like I believed in Golld, and he was actually 0-2, but he managed to win. So I'm going, with the coming back people here. So my vote goes to Plat. Yeah.
All right, votes are in. It looks like we still have about 7 minutes before the next round starts. We've dissected previous matches quite a bit. We will have much more to talk about after this next round. But in the meantime, we will take a short break. Just everybody get some water, take a quick bathroom break, and we will return in just a couple of minutes to get ready for round 4.
Sounds good. See you later, guys.
Sure. See you later.
And welcome back. We apologize for that short break, but we appreciate you sticking around. Headed into round 4 now, Turbi versus snrplat. We don't have too much time to talk. We've already given our predictions, so we will shoot straight over to the commentators. Get started with the drafts.
Hello and welcome to our next match. It's the Kings of Toxic facing off against each other. Despite his low standings in the brackets at the moment, Plat is still a force to be reckoned with, and he's up here against Turbi, who's been doing pretty well for themselves. Let's see how both of them face off against each other. We're obviously already familiar with both of their teams. So with that, going into this, We do have a Vola for both of our players to ban here, so it looks like we may very well just see a gentleman's Vola ban.
It's kind of interesting to see that they have almost identical temps.
I mean, the Loali is different, although I don't think it's actually the best thing for Turbi into Plat's team. Sure, it's wind pressure, but ouch, it's not the wind pressure you want, you know? It does have the tentative advantage of being something that's really powerful into pretty much everything Plat would want to try to counter it with. Like, it's also a good answer to Size Munch to an extent. Like, I think Gallus is the best thing Plat has into that. And Gallus has its own problems here with a Yukama, Mashuk, and a Volfi all looking eagerly there.
And we see actually Turbi decide to take actually this Loali anyway. That is quite interesting.
Well, I mean, it's still a wind at the end of the day, and it looks like Turbi's got that spec for some pretty high special attack. From what we saw of it against Kanzaki's Tuvine earlier, so we're likely to see something similar there. We do see Golld Gallus come out of Plat. The easiest way for him to try to just take out the Loali as fast as possible is what that's looking like.
Yeah, and we can't forget that this law also have chamomile, so any ticks won't happen. We do see that Mashuk come here.
Okay, yeah, no, Mashuk makes a lot of sense here. If that's a tenderness Mashuk, then Plat obviously has to be a bit careful himself, although I believe he's running the incredibly saucy mirroring chamomile. I don't know if he's still running that, but I know that's something he has run recently.
I mean, if it still does, it can be really handy now.
Yep, so we see the Golld ban out of Plat, which makes sense if you're running your own Golld expecting Turbi to try to pick his Nagais here, then that's just sort of cementing it inside that.
And Turbi decided to ban the Naga, so maybe he wants his own Naga, but I don't think it's necessary. The only thing Naga would be good is that it's not toxic.
I mean, it's another good answer into Monkey, and also good into Mashuk as well. Like, it's still a mental tem at the end of the day, so I think it's pretty reasonable for Turbi to try to pick this here, which is what he actually picks as his last pick there, as Size Munch is picked instead.
All right, let's go into the 4th match of today.
Yeah, so as we enter our turn 1 here, so we do see both of the chamomiles proc on our dudes. This does mean that Plat is rocking, of course, his mirroring Gallus, unless we're mistaken here. So this is also a really nice swap in potentially to some of these special attacks that he's gonna be facing off of Turbi's team, which is a bit mixed in the way it's pressuring. Like we got John Cena and Sun Eater, the main things that are actually physical, and everything else they're specials. That's actually a lot of things that mirroring can get some value off of.
Yeah, definitely. And this Rushal probably won't happen. I mean, he can still do the Rushal just to getting a little bit of damage, but I mean, what's the point of you doing that if you can't get off this 4 poison tick?
Yeah, no, I don't see a Rushial being the play off of Loali here for sure, for obvious reasons, but I mean, trying to throw toxic moves against Plat seems like a challenging one to go for there. I think this is a pretty clearly telegraphed double gash and tank into our boy Loali here. I think, depending on whether we see a P... Okay, so we actually do see just an uppercut into Gallus, eschewing even going for like a tenderness to try to lower the attack. As, oh man, the chamomile saves Loali's bacon.
If the Hypoxia did probably... I don't know, I thought I caught the mirroring did about 12 or 13% damage because of the Hypoxia. But if that did a little bit more, that Loali would have lost.
Yep. No, this is showing you how valuable mirroring Gallus can be inside that matchup. If you've got your chamomile free, it's such a good thing to do with Gallus, because then you're basically having your cake and eating it too. Now, that said, I don't see many good swap-ins for Plat on a lot of other fronts there. Like, he could bring in the Mashuk maybe, but, like, this is still, like, I think this currently is the best sort of positioning he can get against this Loali, which is such a threat versus his team. This means that Turbi actually has the ability here to swap the Loali out and pressure with something else. Like, if he gets if he gets, like, Calibus in on that slot and then sort of like maneuvers this board so he can actually get his Nagais on the field, that could be fairly frightening. Obviously the Golder makes that a little bit harder, but I just feel like he wants to save the win pressure, and Turbi seems to agree.
I mean, that's his only win pressure, so makes sense. And the sharp sets come in there, which was predicted, to be honest.
Yup, and the Gallus is getting whittled down here. Sun Eater eating the toxic ink pretty effectively as well, getting it down to just over 66%. Obviously, the chamomile still means that the swap in for Kala there's a little bit less value than it otherwise would be, but with Gallus at 22%, one of the primary tools that Plat has against Loali especially is kind of dead in the water. He still has the Mashuk for the Volfi, and Size Munch. I'm not actually entirely sure what Size Munch is doing this game, but I'm sure it'll find use.
The only thing I could think of that they're probably gonna find a way to buffing up either Golld or Calibus, Mashuk, and keep Mashuk's rocking with whatever he can do. Otherwise, yes, I kind of agree with why is the Mashuk here. I mean, not the Mashuk, I mean the Session Munch.
I mean, Size Munch is just happy to be here, I suppose. It's still a P-Jabber that has a lot of good effect on the field. Like, if you bring Size Munch out against Calibus, it actually doesn't trade poorly into that.
But I mean, also, when you have this Munch, we do know that this has Denmark. So, I mean, it's free damage whenever it's entering the field.
I mean, this is true. We see Mashuk enter the field now, though, conserving the Gallus for later. If he gets that in on a predicted Hypoxia, then that's just the business. So Mashuk takes absolutely nothing from that, from either of these attacks, actually. Parrier just soaking everything up there, going down to a comfortable 88%.
Taking that 11% is like, it just felt scratched. Literally scratched.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just like, yeah, I can deal with this. This also means that potentially we see a cage available for Plat if he runs it here, because this is honestly a board that, look, if it's a board in which there's few things happening, but Plat can just continue pressuring the Calibus, then that's a board that's good for Plat. And if he can get like a P-Jab Tink or something like that off on the following turn into Sun Eater, then that just feels very strong for him. He's got time to deal with this Mashuk, which I think is at this point the biggest problem for him. Just not really because it's that big an offensive threat against anything not named Gallus. I suppose it does reasonable against Size Munch, but more just because it's going to take 15 billion years for him to take it out.
Yeah, it's going to definitely take a lot of time. And like both of these competitors have the same amount of toxic on the field, so it's going to take a while.
And we start seeing these P-Jabs fly out as John Cena goes down a stage, and so does the Golder, and the Golder gets what appears to be the opener to a freeze combo here. We do know that Sun Eater packs Water Jet as well, so this is basically saying, I'm going to freeze your Golder for the next 2 turns after this. So this is going to be forcing a swap from Plat, but he's got the Calibus in the back, so I don't think he's actually too concerned.
Yeah, and I don't think, though, even though if Plat decides to keep Golder in, just taking that freeze hit, I don't think that's going to bother him too much. Even though he can't do any attacks that turn, I don't think it's going to be bother.
Yeah, okay, so the reason, like, since Guldur is as slow as it is, I think that swapping out for the Calibus just to ensure that you're not losing action economy on that is probably a very good idea, because you would be losing 2 turns to that freeze, because while they're both incredibly slow, Calibus tends to outspeed Guldur unless it's a 50 SV Guldur versus a 1 SV Calibus. And even then, I'm not entirely sure.
And I mean, even if you decide to swap out Golld for Gallus, just to taking that water jet, wouldn't that Gallus just fall down?
No, I'm saying Calibus, not Gallus.
Oh, Calibus, my bad.
No, why would you bring out Calibus onto that? Sorry, Gallus onto that. Like, you saved the Gallus for the Loali or the Nagais and a telegraphed special attack into that. No, I'm talking about Calibus, man. That thing that takes one that's, double resisting water.
You have a really good point there. I just keep thinking about that chamomile.
Yes, okay, so we do see the Nagais enter the board, as we do see Calibus enter the board on that side.
And the uppercut there, right on the Calibus. And we see actually the water jet, as was suspected, on the Calibus. Yep. And that's the mucus Calibus as well.
Okay, so absolutely no freeze whatsoever on that Calibus. So it's a nice thing to see there. Also, good for people to know if they haven't already scouted that, which I'm sure they have, since there's been a lot of matches that have gone on that, of course, we have not cast inside this event. This is a bad field, I think, for Nagais. It's going to want to do mental attacks against Mashuk, but that's basically the telegraphed swap in for Gallus.
Yeah, this Turbi's Calibus, like, you have to make a decision here. Wants he to let it die, or just need to swap it out in case you need it later? But I don't see what this Calibus would be needed for later.
The Calibus is good into Size Munch if you can't rely on Loali or Volfi to deal with it, but at this HP, I can't necessarily say that that's the truth. Of the things that Turbi has available, I think Sun Eater is definitely sack bait right now. One thing that could happen here is we could see Strangle out early to just try to make sure that Nagais is able... Like, if Nagais pops out and Volfi comes in and we see a tank onto Volfi, that sucks, but then if you're strangling one of these two, that's something. That's one way that Turbi can try to bring this board back, in my opinion.
Yes, that is very true.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happens. We see a Strangle onto the Calibus, as in the meantime, the Mashuk is going to be swapping into the Gallus as expected, trying to eat those tasty mental hits from this Nagais. But if this Nagais is Madness buffing, no, it Psy Surges. Is it going to Psy Surge the Gallus? It is! All right, we get mirroring value, folks. 10%.
And the thing does actually quite a lot with the tick as well.
And this also means that Guldur is free to come onto this board. It's not quite trap hole tier levels of mirroring damage, as we saw in that beautiful, beautiful window before mirroring got repatched, but it's still, it's value. That would have been 46 otherwise. That would have been a lot easier for Turbi to feel confident about. At this point, Nagais basically does not enjoy this field whatsoever and kind of has to vanish, but what in Turbi's side outside of a Mashuk deals with both of these hits effectively? Like, it's basically, he has to swap back to Mashuk here, and that means that if, actually, I forgot about a Strangle for a moment. I was about to be like, oh man, if Plat Strangles, and that triggered my memory there. I did what you did last game.
Yes. When you're forgetting about something, you have to snap it.
Yeah, no, sometimes you just try to remember it. So we do actually see a Volfi swap in as well at this point.
Interesting choice.
Mm-hmm. So Size Munch comes in, which makes sense because if the Nagai stays, it's dead. So it makes perfect sense for the Size Munch to try to get in early here. And And yeah, the Toxic Ink gets eaten pretty comfortably by John Cena, going down to 86%. Like it's going to be able to eat that well. And I suppose we could very well see, like, I keep saying if this Mashuk runs Tenderness. I don't know whether it is, because Mashuk is one of those Tems that has so many moves available to it. But if this is running Tenderness, then that's a bad time for Plat, because you want as much damage out of Size Munch here as possible. But the double into Volfi is pretty problems here. With absolutely nothing eating the tank uppercut combo, it's risky.
And the block does actually about 65%, which is pretty solid though. And the snare.
The snare is great, certainly, as it looks like this Volfi is going to be going down to the combination of the poison pressure from Plat. The P-Jab Toxic Ink does mean that it dies to its second tick, which is always a nice thing to see.
Indeed. Even though the Turbi decide to push here, I mean, if they do another double up, this Wolf is dead no matter what. So I think Turbi needs to keep putting pressure somewhere with this Wolf as much as he can.
Problem is, this is a sacrificial Size Munch at this point. It had a free turn to swap in, meaning its Dim Mak is actually up now, meaning it can just throw one onto John Cena. And literally nothing swaps in to eat that.
Yeah, when you're looking what the Turbi has on the board, so yeah, no one can.
Like, all of his HP is lodged into his Mashuk. Nothing else is above 30%. So Dim Mak is going to be either carving a chunk off of that or going down. So instead, he just decides to take out the Size Munch rather than conserve his own Volfi, because he needs to try to keep that Mashuk alive, because it's basically his lifeline now. Harmful Lick is going to be coming down on John Cena, though, because Plat rightly assesses the fact that the Volfi is just dead.
I think he could actually take in Loale here and do one push just to make sure to get rid of one of these toxic Tems.
Yeah, that's a thing. I think that Plat's easiest option here is to bring in Mashuk, because Golder, if he bring it, Golder's already there for if Turbi chooses Nagai's, right? So Nagai's can't be the thing that comes in right now. But in the meantime, if he picks Mashuk here, then that's something that could outspeed Loale, maybe. Like, that's the easiest thing to try to do that with.
And even if Turbi decides to do a double up on that Mashuk have a double screen, so it won't be enough to take it out.
No, we don't even see the Loale come in, as Sun Eater hits the field instead. I don't know if this is to perhaps lure anything out or get a strangle off opportunistically here towards Plat, but I mean, I don't know what else this Calibus is going to do outside of hope it lives a double up and then strangle something.
I think Turbi's want to strangle here something, but to be honest, I don't know what you would want to strangle. The first ones can come in my head is actually attacking on the Mashuk, but other than that, I don't know what Calibus could potentially do here.
Now, at this point, the Golder is low enough on defense that one of Turbi's outs could just be double into Golder now. Because if that happens, then Loale can probably have an easier time getting in. Instead, we see John Cena swap as the Nagai's hits the board on the Mashuk spot. So that's as close to a safe swap in there as possible. The turbo choreography comes off just as Decidor hits the field. This is dangerous. Toxic Ink hits into the Calibus, and this looks like it's exactly what Turbi wanted.
And the Golder overexerted as well with the strangle.
Well, at least this means that the strangle didn't have value. But rip. Okay, so this is potentially a spot for Turbi to come back, since despite the fact that all of his Tems are, a gnat's fart from living, that's not dying. Mashuk is basically dead in the water in this matchup. It does not want to be in against a Nagai's when it's already got a speed buff off. Like, that's just not a good time there. So it's like the best opportunity there is for Plat to swap the Calibus in and then, like, I guess just T-pose with Golder for a turn. No, instead he swaps the Golder, bringing in the Calibus onto the Golder spot so that way he can continue pressuring the Loale in case it comes in, which it does look like it is. No, it's the Mashuk instead. I keep expecting this low ollie to show up, but Turbi's being real coy with it.
It seems like we are such hype about this. Low ollie is going to do a lot of things, but no, not yet.
So I have to admit I doubted the champ, who instead just ate the Size Surge with his Mashuk and Rushield into Nagai's face. That's not something I expected there.
To be completely fair, though, I was kind of expecting that the Calibus would do Himalayan Slap, but again, that when you have strangled one turn, so you can't attack.
It would have been better if Turbi had strangled there, in my opinion. Sorry, if Turbi had H-slapped there, in my opinion, because of the low stamina on Goulder anyways, but that's a hard thing to judge. And if Turbi was expecting a swap, that strangle would have been amazing. In the meantime, though, now that the Nagai's is down, I'm like, what does Turbi have left here that can push outside of a low ollie that's going to take off most of the HP of something or take down the Mashuk? Neither of which is winning Turbi the game.
But we can't though forget about that actually when Golder did overexert it and the strangle came after, so he couldn't really do anything with Calibus that turn.
Very true. The Calibus was swapping for something. The question was whether was it, the Loali we were expecting or something else. The Mashuk outspeeding the Lolly means that just goes down, and H-Slap's going to slowly but surely take down John Cena now.
And now we are back to having a perfect match of the board.
Oh yeah, no, it's the Spider-Man point. Good call. As Turbi knows when to fold him and recognizes that he does not have a way to continue pushing there, as Platt takes a game off of Turbi there in quite a stunning matchup.
Yeah, that was a really good match actually from Turbi, but Platt felt really comfortable actually through the whole match.
Yeah, no, definitely the sort of thing where Platt was aware of what Turbi was bringing to the table and seemed to be prepared to bounce back towards it. In the meantime, I guess we're hopping back to our analysis deck, aren't we?
Yeah, we are hopping back to our analysis deck. Take it away, guys.
Welcome back once more. Senior Platt making surprisingly quick work of Turbi after a very dominant beginning. Senior Platt, or dominant for Turbi, Senior Platt starts to begin his comeback, clawing his way up to those 2 victories to potentially play in a tiebreaker, make his way into the top cut next weekend. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. But in the meantime, Jeb, Saber, what do you guys want to talk about from this last match?
I'll leave that for the Gaiales parts. Go ahead, Jeb. It's all yours.
Yeah, so that opening sequence was so important for Platt because we figured out, or we dissected that Loali was pretty important in that game. The wind damage was very useful, and that Loali being chunked that bad by the Toxic Ink plus the double gash was immense. The Gyalis taking damage was fine. The melee damage wasn't that important to have on the team because she'd have the Size Munch in the back. But Gyalis just did so much work there. And especially with the turbo in the end, which looked a little bit memey with the Naga coming in. I am pretty sure that the turbo was vital for Mashuk outspeeding the Loali and killing it.
Yeah.
Because if that didn't outspeed, Mashuk would have been dead to a Hypoxia. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that was the turning point of the game, probably. But still, yeah, it was not so close like the previous matches we've seen. But yeah, that Turbo, at the first time, we were just wondering what was Turbo going to do there, because there was still Naga with Assist Aura. But then, yeah, it actually paid off, outspeeding the Loali, like you said. Yeah.
Yeah, Rarcy made a good point about that during the game, that Mashuk would have been slower in the seed aura anyway, so that turbo didn't really matter for the speed there. But it was really important for the Loali matchup, of course. It was just a little bit unfortunate that it landed on Goulder. It would have been better on Calibus there.
On Calibus, yeah.
But that's kind of irrelevant in the end, because that, that Mashuk killed Naga and killed Loali right after.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, this is like the first win for Plaid, right? So I have my points for this game.
Yeah, Platt.
Yep.
I can't bet my points, of course, but Platt taking that game, potentially getting a tiebreaker if he wins the next one.
Yep.
So is he gonna get those games back? Is he gonna potentially place for the brackets? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, he's playing versus Golld for the next round. I don't know if that's going to be easy for him, but yeah, still I think he can do it for the tiebreaker at least. What do you think, Rosie?
I mean, Golld is definitely a tough opponent, but I think that Platt's team is just a bit too much of a counter. I think that, Golld loves his Sernif and Fire Koish leads, and what's strong against both of those things, of course, it's got to be Golld or Calibus. I think that in the end, Platt probably does have what he needs to fight through that, find his way into a tiebreaker, and potentially make it through. I mean, he was definitely one of the favorites before any of these matches started today. The very beginning, everybody said, Senior Platt, he's facing Tsubakki first, so that'll be pretty tough. But once he wins that one, he'll win all the rest, and we'll see him undefeated, right?
Yeah, and talking about Tsubakki, we just see here that Tsubakki won against Bennett, and he's bringing himself to King of the Hill, I would say, for today, 4-0.
Yeah, Doom is looking extremely strong in this tournament, with Prodi taking so many games yesterday, looking so dominant, and Tsubakki as well now.
Yeah.
It turns out Doom is pretty good.
Yeah. So basically, Turbi is 2-1 because he just lost against Platt, and we see like I said, Baki is 4-0. So basically, he locked his first place. Well, I won't say first, but he's basically qualified for the next week. And there's still Kanzaki playing versus Golld. And after this match, we'll have a more, I would say, a clearer situation of what can happen for the next round. So we just wonder if, what do you think, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for, or I'm really curious as to what Tsubakki is gonna do in the next round. I think he's gonna take it as well. He's been dominant. Yeah,
that team seems to be, like you said, pretty good. I mean, Doom comms are actually paying off.
Yeah, and what I'm really curious as to is what's gonna happen next week, because we are at least gonna see 2 Doom teams next week. It's pretty much been confirmed. And what is gonna happen when they face off? If we get to see that face off.
Yep, absolutely.
It would be 2 Doom teams using the exact same Doomers in Tortonite and Pocus, as well as Wobbles using Campfire with Extinction. So there are even more Doom players hiding in the back that have already made it through.
Yeah.
And Rarcy, I know you're a big fan of the Lowali, as you've said before. And the chat was also wondering, I believe, you haven't said the word Lowali yet, and you were containing yourself. I am giving you permission for you to say Lowali, and say your thoughts about what that Lowali did last game.
I was holding off. I think I'm going to try to give an analysis without saying that name a single time. Just because I really, really want to. So, in this particular instance, and even, the first time that we saw this team, I made mention of, I don't know how I feel about the chamomile hanging out with that adorable butterfly. So, typically you would see something like Strange Vest when you're going into a lot of physical Thames in a meta. This isn't necessarily that physical meta that we were used to for, these last couple of months. But it is still a pretty good choice for Strange Vest. Looking at his team, I really wanted to see Hand Fan on that adorable butterfly, because he already has all of those Thames to take any toxic, take any fire, being Calibus and Goulder, and even Naga in the back for those fire Thames. That I wanted to see the Hand Fan. It wasn't quite there. It would have been very cool. It would have potentially done more damage and gotten more accomplished. But seeing the chamomile, it survived due to that lack of toxic tick, but it also died due to just not very much defensive investment and still not enough speed investment to outdo that Mashuk after the turbo choreography. So I think Luwali, I said the name.
You said the name. Oh no.
Darn, I said the name. It's all downhill.
Cat one. Cat one.
I think that Luwali definitely had its role in that team. I think that in other circumstances, it may have been able to do a little bit more. It was a bit of a rough start. Facing down two physical attackers, it put it in its place very early.
Yeah, and especially it being so important in that game for wind damage, but also being weak to Toxic itself is kind of painful.
Yeah. Also, if we want to talk a little bit about the Chamomile yet, and we can say that it's a pretty good counter for all the dooms happening. So it might be useful for the next week if he manages to, to get through, right?
Oh yeah, that Chamomile is like one of the most important gear versus the Doom because it's so good in a lot of situations. All the teams are pretty much running it, so it's like your one shot against those Doom teams.
Yeah, and I think that players are still playing.
No, for round 4, everything has been completed, so we just have about 10 more minutes before next round begins for anything else we might want to talk about. I kind of want to piggyback a comment off of the Chamomile, Luwali, for next week. Of course, I got to talk about it, right? You're absolutely right that it's a great counter to the Doom, but it also, because of its botanist trait, it may be even better than some of these other Chamomile users for the Pocuses. Grumper is, of course, always going to be a great counter with either Coward's Rest or Chamomile. You can push off Doom, you can avoid it entirely, and you do really effective damage. But that botanist, that's the same reason that we love Ukama so much, right? Ukama gets turbo choreography. It has hydrologist to increase damage on its water techniques. This is essentially the same thing, except now we're also getting, no hold hypoxia with stab, which unlike Ukama using Blizzard, it's got that hold, it lacks its stab, so it can do a lot more damage to Tortonite as well. So that Luwali on Turbi's side might actually be a game changer going into quarterfinals and semifinals.
Yeah, and if we want to talk about quarterfinals and semifinals, I wanted to check it out one more time, the standings, because now we have the complete standings from because round 4 actually finished. And it's pretty interesting to see that, of course, Tsubakki is 4-0, so he's definitely locked there. But we see Turbi, Golld, and Ice Red, Bennett. They're both 2-2. This is interesting because, a lot of things can happen. And then we see at the bottom of the leaderboard here, we see Kanzaki and snrplat. Well, apart from the first place, I see that everyone can still get there. These standings are pretty interesting.
Yeah, the next round is going to be so important. Everything is really close. Pretty much anyone can make it, either through winning now and just... I think everyone who has the 2 wins pretty much guarantees to slot in the brackets if they win. Yeah. But if they don't, they have to tie break against either Kanzaki or snrplat. And are they playing each other?
Let's see.
No. So there's actually a chance that both snrplat and Kanzaki can make it into tiebreakers.
That is asking quite a bit of Kanzaki, though, as he does have to face down the undefeated Tsubakki Chan.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if Tsubakki will finish the day with a perfect score, or Kanzaki, can try to get there with hoping for the tiebreaker, like Jab was saying.
It's gonna be a tough ask, though, beating Tsubakki.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's in a very great shape, and like you said, the Doom comp is actually paying today, and also yesterday. So in this tournament, he's definitely doing very good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see, as he's been running his own tournaments for so long now, that he hasn't really competed as often. The weeklies haven't been at a good time, and a lot of the European tournaments he was able to compete in. Thankfully, he did make some appearances. But definitely since the start of that Quetzaleno meta, Tsubakki has not been in everybody's face as often. He hasn't been in the finals because he hasn't been in the Swiss in so many of these tournaments. So it is really cool to see Tsubakki back in force, be undefeated, and just kind of flex on everybody and say, you thought that maybe I was a little bit washed up. You thought maybe I was out of it now that the salad stall meta was gone.
Yeah.
But absolutely not. Tsubakki doing very, very well.
It's
And
a
now-
big flex on everyone next week. And on top of that, he didn't have to enter the fellow tamer tournaments either because he had the guaranteed spot for this invitational because of the win in the first fellow tamers major.
Yeah.
So he didn't even have to participate in these tournaments. So that's why we haven't seen him in the previous fellow tamer rounds.
Yeah. So the next we're going to spectate like as the last round, like we said, Tsubakki and Kanzaki, right?
Oh, it's gonna be Tsubakki and Kanzaki.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's
so,
a very important match now
Yeah.
that I think about it, because of that potential tiebreaker.
well, I would say that probably it's more important for Kanzaki than Tsubakki,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I mean, also Tsubakki, getting there with a 5-0, it seems pretty good result, I would say. Being
Yeah,
undefeated.
that would have to feel good.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
getting 5-0 would feel incredibly good, but as it stands, Tsubakki will be first seed from this group.
Mhm.
No one can reach his 4 wins anymore, so that is pretty much set in stone.
Yeah.
And there's a lot on the line for Kanzaki. If he wins, he might get the tiebreaker, and the tiebreaker would mean he could get into the bracket round.
Yeah. So I think that both match like 15 and 14. The other like between Plat and Golld are pretty important.
Yeah.
Also, well, Turbi and Bennett, they're both 2-2. But basically, if you win there, you just don't have to play for the tiebreaker in case for the next one.
Yeah.
So yeah. You just
If you win that game, you're guaranteed.
yeah, you lock your qualification for next week. Yeah, absolutely.
So all
Um,
matches
There
are
could be a
being-
tiebreaker there if Golld is able to take down Senior Plat. He would also up himself up to 3 and then potentially play against the winner of Turbi and Bennett to see who takes second seed.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, a lot of things can happen after this round. A lot. There are different combinations of things. Yeah.
This group is really close, and it shows in the matches we've seen. The matches have been so good.
Yeah, most of them were very close. Well, the closest, I think it was that Turbi, where it was like Golder versus the Voloran. Was it Turbi? Was it Turbi won that?
That was the match. That was match 3, I think. It was Golld versus Bennett.
Golld, yeah, Golld and Bennett. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was very close. I mean, it was closer than expected. But yeah, most of them were pretty good games, and a lot of tactical actually. Especially, for example, the one between Plat and Baki. Yeah, we had a great show today. I'm very happy.
Yeah, there's been so many extremely close, like very technical matches, as you said. I'm expecting the next one to be that as well. That's pretty much what you get when you bring a Doom team. There's like a lot of little nuances that you have to play around and play with. You can't give the Doom team free turns to set up. As we saw, if Tsubakki gets 1 or 2 free turns to Stonewall, Protector buff, or whatever, he will take that game. So that's going to be a really exciting one.
Yeah.
On top, and it would have already been a good game. And now that there's a lot on the line for Kanzaki, it's going to be even more important.
And any predictions? Because I think that they're going to start like in a couple of minutes, I believe.
Oh, I'm going to say Kanzaki on this one. I'm going to bet against Tsubakki. I want to see Kanzaki win this, get the tiebreaker. I hope he has something to deal with the Doom or a way to keep pressuring the team, because I think the way to win the Doom matchup is just keep the pressure up constantly. And it would be super hype if he wins it, so I am going to go with Kanzaki.
Okay, I will go with Tsubakki instead, because I feel that, that Doom comp is pretty scary, and I feel like that he's going for the 5-0 today. I'm pretty confident about that. Rosie?
Yeah, I think that I agree. I think that Tsubakki's looking really good. I think that he's hungry for the 5-0. He wants that flex. It would be very interesting to see Kanzaki take this win, though. I mean, like Jeb mentioned, it does have to be that aggressive, pressure that wins the match for him. Anything against those Doom teams, you have to do damage before they can bulk up, and you have to continue to do damage constantly and force out their swaps. You can't let them get holds off on these Dooms and I mean, just outlast you with stonewalls and with heals. If anybody can do it in this bracket, I definitely think it would be Kanzaki. I think he's got one of the most aggressive leads that we've seen out of this group. But I think that Tsubakki is just looking a little bit too good today. I think that he's going to be the one that pulls through. And now predictions are done. We know what we're expecting. The scene has been set, and it looks like it is time to move back in. Welcome, Quarter and Jantan, back into your ears.
And hello there. Welcome to our final match of the day of Group B, Tsubakki Chan versus Kanzaki. We're just waiting for our charming contestants to get into game, but honestly, just looking at the standings, this is going to be quite a match. Obviously, Tsubakki is a force of nature at the moment, going 4-0 into this group. Very frightening to see, but if anyone's going to be able to take him down, I actually have good money on Kanzaki here. Partially just because, once again, they're very familiar with each other's playstyles. I know that they're very close. They're obviously both in exotic French, and they both have a lot of things that they can work with there. What's your take on this? Silence means yes. It's okay, JT. I understand sometimes it can be hard to fully flesh out one's thoughts on that. Still, with that, we're getting into our next game. As Tsubakki there is up against Kanzaki. So obviously we're familiar with both of these teams. Tsubakki's bringing in this hot Doom team there. Love seeing Confined Tortonite see play. Very exciting. And in the meantime, so we immediately see the Tuvine get banned. That's actually a pretty good first ban out of Tsubakki there, given how much damage it does to a lot of separate things there. We see the Kinu first ban off of Kanzaki. A death sentence usually for Tsubakki. Oh, let's say death sentence. Usually pretty frightening pick.
Everything can be frightening here.
Yeah, honestly, the things that I like that Kanzaki has is that thick Barnchi is kind of a thick neutrality Barnchi is one of the most frightening things for a Doom team to try to face off against, which is why we see the first pick of Grumper here. Even though Tsubakki's going to like trying to use it as second Kinu, it's the sort of thing where you don't want to put a Barnchi into that, but if Kanzaki doesn't pick this Barnchi before second ban, it's going to get banned.
And we do see that Kanzaki decided to take in the Zernif here, which I think it is pretty much a fine choice. Because, well, I mean, you have a couple of Toxic on the other side, and you need to find a way to make this Zernif bulky.
Okay, so yeah. Sorry, you go ahead. All right. Well, in that case, looking at this, okay, so Zernif, if we do see Zernif Barnchi here, I do think that's actually one of the better things that Kanzaki could go for, because that still means that we've got like, oh no, he goes for the Fire Kush, really? Okay.
This is a really interesting.
Yeah, that does mean, okay, I 100% expect the next thing that Tsubakki bans is that Barnchi. It has to be.
Now we shall see what Tsubakki is having in his mind. Like, what could he do to keep some pressure going on here?
I mean, okay, so the Fire Kush still feels great into this because it means that suddenly, actually... Right. So it's looking like from this draft, one of the things Kanzaki's trying to do is basically marginalize the actual buffers rather than the doomers on Tsubakki's side, because he's got a lot of other things that will be able to take this out. If Tsubakki doesn't first pick the... Okay, he does first pick the Pokus, which means that he's picked the doomer that doesn't die to Yowler, which is, in my opinion, kind of an important thing, especially given how many other things that Kanzaki has to just destroy this Tortonite.
Kanzaki need to find a way to get rid of this focus, like not like immediately, but need really to find this tiny hole to just keep doing that enough damage to keep this focus out of the field.
Well, honestly, I don't expect this Pocus to stay in, given the fact that it doesn't get a free buff from Grumper. Grumper has to actually double edge onto it. And in the meantime, like, you know, Synergy Master, Watercutting Lily, go Burr, as the audience suggests.
Of course, but I'm trying to thinking, like, you know, a couple of steps ahead that you don't want this one to keep going, you know. But the longer it stays on the field and getting this buffs what we are expecting it to get, it can be a dangerous.
Yeah, I think the concern... Okay, I actually did not expect Tsubakki to pick Tortonite, nor not ban the neutrality Barnshi. That's a lot of investment on Grumper there when you've got a Tem that very handily takes down like roughly half of your win conditions. Like, not only is that incredibly strong into Tortonite, obviously Tortonite can still Crystal Spikes it, but like, you don't like, first off, an exhaust onto a stamina hungry Tem like Tort, one problem there. Second off, like, wind attacks. Third off, neutrality as a swap into Doom feels very intimidating there for both of these Doomers, but no, it just sort of took me aback there.
I am totally agreeing with you there, and Tsubakki decided to having in a Wolfie here, and I mean, Wolfie can actually do some heavily work here, actually, especially when we have seen before that can do some massive pressure with the Plague Exhaustion on a Fire Coach.
That's very true. The incredibly thick nature of Tsubakki's Wolfie is something that I do hope Kanzaki has a reasonable answer to. I honestly, looking at this, I don't know which one he's going to pick here. Yowler has its own value here as an Oshi spammer / suplexer into things like Wolfie. That could be incredibly good, but in the same time, if he decides to go for his handcuffs plays, that's something he actually ignores the Barnshi. Not bringing your Barnshi, neutrality Barnshi into a Doom match is something right there.
I think that Kanzaki kind of want to rely on getting those Oshi Dashi in the right slot.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, that will do a lot here. So turn one, what are you thinking is going to happen here? You seem so you're expecting this Pocus to swap out as well, right?
Yeah, I do actually expect that as well, but I'm a little bit unsure what would take actually pretty nasty hit. I mean, we see the Golder actually laying back there, so a Golder swap here wouldn't be bad, nor wouldn't be a Tortonite. But if the Quetzal would happen, so the Golder would be the best choice out of these.
If Tsubakki is willing to, at this point, like, the only thing the Grumper's going to be able to do well against are the Calibus and the Valorend. The Calibus is kind of a non-entity here. It's not as much of a problem at all. It's by far the weakest Tem Kanzaki has into his team, so honestly, Grumper doesn't seem as valuable. So if that's going to be double-edging that spot, then it's probably favorable for Kanzaki to still just, like, take that sucker out, because it also does put a bit of threat on the Fire Koish, and it's a buffer on Tsubakki's side. So, understanding that, we actually see the Grumper swap for the Golder instead.
So we do see the Golder, but not in the spot we were expecting.
Question is, did Kanzaki read this, and does this go into the Pocus? It does! That's 50% into Pocus! That's almost taking it out!
That's so much damage on a non-buffed Pocus. This is how frail actually a Pocus is.
Yeah, even with the double screen, obviously Cernif isn't affected by that. It's monotype. It doesn't care about your double screen there, but combination of those two hits, bringing it down to 15%, that's actually pretty devastating for Tsubakki, because, I mean, as we've said before, Tortonite does not appreciate a lot of the things that Kanzaki does have available to hit it. Meaning that at this point, so what? If we're expecting the Tortonite to come in on the Pocus spot, because the Fire Koish is forced out because of the Golder, are we expecting what? A Valorend to come in on the Koish?
Yeah, potentially, or maybe getting a free Oshidashi with Yowler.
So, Synergy Master Watercutting Lily continues to go Burr as the Wolfie takes 59%, and the Ketsa comes in again, bringing that down to 27% as well. This just keeps happening, and the Golder does not do enough. The Koish is still there.
And the last take won't be enough to take out this Koi, so Tsubakis need to put some more pressures on this Koi if he wants it out of the field. But I'm expecting either that Kanzaki let this Koi just die here, or swaps it out and take it back in at a later point.
I mean, obviously the concern here is Tsubaki's still going to want to try to get his Volfi to Lifeful Sap at some point, because that's still valuable for exhaust spam into a lot of the things that Kanzaki has on his field, and he's close to breaking the Fire Koi Cernif combo there. Like, he still has Calibus for additional synergy in the back, but that doesn't pack as much of a punch, obviously.
That is true, but you still have the synergy, which you can still do some kind of a damage.
Oh yeah, like, Cernif is still a force of nature here, pun intended, and like, it's the fact that it's pretty much only Tort and Goulder that can match into that well at this point. That's kind of intimidating for Tsubaki.
I don't really know what Tsubaki can do to finding some kind of momentum again, because right now Tsubaki doesn't have really any momentum except from have done quite a lot of damage on this Koichi.
I am noticing that the chat is going wild over the fact that Kanzaki did not hypno the Goulder, since we have seen that this Goulder is drill in the past, but I can only assume he wanted to get as much damage on those swap-ins as possible, because if that was a Tortonite swapping in there, then that Wuckle wouldn't have done very much at all, and the Ketsa would have been much more important.
I think if Kanzaki would really want to try to take this last match to a win, I would at least try to save this Koichi and do try to find a push towards this Tortonite, but it can be really hard to finding the right opportunity.
I mean, the biggest challenge with that is, like, okay, what are you supposed to do inside that from here? Like, Valorant has to come in if you want to continue threatening the Tort swap without... okay, the problem I have with Yowler coming in is Yowler still takes poison takes from Goulder, and that's not what you want. The Koichi does get conserved here, so that's cool. We see the Calibus come down instead.
And we do see another synergy boycott leader here, and it does takes out this Wolfie.
Oh man, it's enough. We've seen that thing be such a wall in previous games. So seeing that just go down to 3 hits is pretty impressive right now. But it is an OX on the Cernif though, which means that could be something that Tsubaki could use to get back into this, because now Grumper can kind of come back onto the field. No, we see Tort come on instead.
It makes sense actually to bring in Tort here, because the Fire Coach is not on the board, so he can actually set up something here.
Yep, my only question is, does that Cernif turn into a Vola, because Tort doesn't have Cage this turn because it didn't hard swap in?
That is true. I mean, what... Crystal Spikes won't do enough damage. I don't even think it can do 30% on either of these two. I mean, it's still a push towards these towns, but still need to wait 1 turn to getting more interesting.
Yeah, I suppose my other concern here is that this Calibus is kind of free to strangle this Tort, which somewhat undermines Tsubaki's momentum there. He can still, especially if this is a Vola swap, he can kind of just afford to strangle the Tort and ignore this Goulder for now, which is precisely what Kanzaki goes for. Oh man, he actually swaps the Calibus as well. Never mind, he brings in Yowler. Imagine my surprise.
Trying to have that Oshidashi ready, I'm assuming.
I mean, yeah, that does mean, like, I suppose Tsubaki isn't really going to be inclined to do any attacks into a Calibus spot with these 2 Tems, so it stands to reason that that's a free swap in for Yowler, given that the Cernif was, overexerted. But still felt like a bit of a gamble. I'm kind of surprised that Tsubaki doubled up there rather than, like, bamboozling or something.
Kind of was... maybe it was expecting Yowler to be on that slot.
That's a possibility. If he was expecting the Yowler to come in on the Cernif spot, I don't know why you'd expect that though when Valorant's free. Either way though, at this point from this turn, Tort has to get out of dodge. Instead, Tort cages in the face of danger, which we've seen time and time again, relying on confined buffs to get out of sticky situations. Can it get out of this one though? Is the Feather Gatling's going to bring it down to 72%? How much is this Oshi going to do? Or are we going to see a suplex instead? We see the Oshi and it's a little underwhelming actually. It takes it down to 41%. So we're still likely to see a KO next turn if nothing changes here, but spooky business. Could very well be what Tsubakki needs to take out this Valorant, although we do not know the item on Valorant. If this is the gigantic super brain, actually no, we probably have seen what that Valorant was in a previous matchup, and I've forgotten. Are you keeping closer attention to me on that? Like, do you know what item that Valorant has?
I was wondering if was it that banned last time we watched.
That's the thing. I haven't been keeping as much of an eye on the rest of the games that Kanzaki's had in the background. But if this is a Miracle Talisman Vola, then that's a huge problem for Kanzaki. I doubt he would tech like that, but still a very intimidating thing.
And that hyperkinetic strike is actually enough to take out the Tortonite, which is huge for Kanzaki here.
Definitely. The fact that this is an Arrow Vola and just is able to destroy that like that is something right there. Sorry, silly me not even paying attention to the Vola's trait. I just assume things are an Arrow these days, when Aerobic is still all over the place. So, yeah, with the Tortonite down and the Pocus at very low, this is just tumbling into Kanzaki's favor. What does Tsubakki even do here?
I have really no clue how we can actually turn back into this. But with this Yowler right now have Oshidashi ready. So this Grumper don't want to stay on the field, but it can survive one.
Yeah, Valorant just bounces. Perfectly happy to let Cerny eat the projected Thunderstrike here. As Goulder's going to come into Pocus, desperately trying to get some revitalized shenanigans going on here. Oh no, it's going to be is this a last-minute double edge? No, it is actually a Thunderstrike, as Tsubakki's like, okay, right, I'm this far behind, I have to do damage, and he doesn't do very much to Cerny if at all, as the Oshidashi, as you say, is going to come slamming into that Grumper.
Doing 40% actually on that Grumper, that Grumper is actually pretty bulky, but doing it anyway 40%, it is actually a pretty good shot though for not being a buffed Yowler.
Oh yeah, I mean Tsubakki's Grumper is hench. This thing is from everything I've heard about it, just as bulky as it's possible to make a boy. Still getting 40% on that is a mark for this Yowler, which as you said, has no buffs on it.
So if this Yowler actually had one show off, that could be pretty scary for Tsubakki.
I mean, at this point, does he even need to show off? Like, this is such a lead. All we need to see here is a swap back into Firequench this turn, and this Pocus is dead. Instead, we see a Ninja Jutsu onto the Yowler, as instead, what are we expecting? Okay, so we just see a Front Whip into the Pocus, which is enough to take it out. And then is this, a suplex into Grumper? It is, and it's not going to do very much. It's going to overexert the Yowler, but at this point, Kanzaki can afford to play fast and lose. He's so far ahead.
Oh no, that Stonewall, he imaginated that the Grumper's either going to die here or that the Poker's going to survive a hit, but man, lost.
Oh, I didn't even look at that. That's such good eyes on that. I just didn't pay attention what the Grumper even did there, but no, the fact that it whiffed a Stonewall feels terrible.
Yes, losing that Stonewall was rough. I mean, even Stonewalling your own Grumper is good, but Tsubakki sees it, this is no point for me to come back. So well played, Kanzaki.
Well played, Kanzaki, taking a game from the heretofore undefeated in this group stage Tsubakki in a crushing performance. Just had this game by the horns from turn one and just charged forward. Well played.
Yeah, really interesting match actually in general, but well played, Kanzaki. Like I said earlier, if Kanzaki found a way to actually take Tsubakki, this was the moment, and he took it He took it.
Damn tootin'. So this means that actually our oh, sorry. Yeah, no, we're going to be heading back to analysis, aren't we?
Yeah, we're actually heading back to at the analysis desk for the last moment of talking, guys. Just take it away.
Have fun, guys.
And in a very quick fashion, we see Kanzaki dispatch of Tsubakki. No 5-0 for you, no undefeated. You gotta take a loss to the hyper aggro Kanzaki. That was very impressive. What do you guys think about what we just saw?
I loved that. I loved everything about that. It was exactly what I said beforehand. You gotta grab the aggro, you gotta grab the tempo, never let go. And as Rarcy said before we went into the game, if anyone can do it, Kanzaki, it's Kanzaki. And he showed up with the Koish plus Cerny, and it demolished everything.
Yeah, that lead was so strong into Tsubakki. Actually, he couldn't manage the pressure that Kanzaki was making turn by turn, and yeah, actually that paid off. So it was pretty difficult for Tsubakki to come back from that situation in the preview in the early turn 1 and turn 2. Yeah.
And, that was the turn 1 read was something that we'd even talked about a little bit, saying, a lot of times Tsubakki is more of that by-the-books player, and Grumper is very vital here. You don't want to lose Grumper. So what if Kanzaki just attacks Pocus? And that's what ended up happening. Golder came into that Grumper spot, which, as Jeb had mentioned, it just lets Kanzaki bombard the opposite slot, which in this case was Pocus and then was Wolfie, with just so much damage after damage. The Synergy Master Water-Cutting Lily, the Quetzaleno, was absolutely destructive, and I think that it was just that one read, in my opinion. If we had to pick the turn that made the difference, it was turn 1. It was attacking 100%. That focus spot.
Absolutely.
As you said, getting that read, because it's basically a 50-50 there. You just throw out the Water Cutting Lily plus Katsa into the same slot, and both Grumper and Pocus are exceptional targets for that. So it's a 50-50 for Tsubakki. He got it wrong. The Golder went into the Grumper slot. Pocus almost died. And that's not even the worst part. The worst part was Golder being there, because Golder is supposed to swap into it. And now the only thing that happens is Golder Toxic Inks, which doesn't do that much damage. And you just double in the other slot, which guaranteed will do like 80% to anything. As we saw that Fovi took massive damage. And from there, it was smooth sailing for Kanzaki.
And also Koish actually didn't die there. It survived, and he also was, useful staying in the bag but actually Tsubakki just conceded. It was like turn 8, it was pretty much over, and an interesting turn happened in the mid of the game was actually the cage from the Tort, that we actually thought that it was for bulking the Tort a little bit, but it was just like a dead Tortonite in the next turn, because there was Yowler and Voloran just getting rid of that.
Yeah, that was it was most definitely for the bulk. We saw earlier today in Tsubakki versus Plat that Tsubakki had an initiative with all his buffs, so he decided when he got the buff, and Plat had to play around it, and that is where you want to be with comps like that. You want to dictate the game by clicking Stonewall, by clicking Cage. And as we've learned today, and also yesterday, the way to beat this kind of comp is by making them incapable of clicking those buffing moves without being punished. Tsubakki, literally, I think there were 0 turns where Tsubakki could click Stonewall. Like, it was not an option. And even that Cage was basically a desperation play. You couldn't swap the Tort out because anything in the back would die. Tort itself would die to the combo, so you had to Cage there.
Yeah, and also I can read here from the chat. I was just looking at the standings at the moment. That Senior Plat won versus Golld. This was pretty important match for both players. For the tiebreakers, probably we will see a couple of tiebreakers matches after Turbi and Bennett will be finishing their game, because like we said, Tsubakki is locked for the first place. this is true. Well, we see like both Plat and Kanzaki 2-3. And Golld is at 2-3. So for now, we have like a tiebreaker between Golld and Plat. But yes, both Turbi and Ice Red and Bennett are still playing. So this is going to be very interesting.
Actually,
there could potentially be a lot of tiebreakers here, as actually Tsubakki is the only player who doesn't currently have 2 wins. He's sitting up at 4-1, and then second place through 6th place is all either 2-2 or 2-3.
Yeah.
You know, of course, we still do have this match left to go. I think Turbi and Bennett, there's a slight advantage in HP towards Turbi, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything at the end of the day. So we could see quite a few tiebreakers coming up right now with everybody fighting for the tiebreaker rather than fighting for first.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we just got notice from David that there would be, if there's a 4-way tie, that means 2 matches, and they will stream one of the matches. So we will we will most definitely get one more game once these games are done.
Yeah, for sure.
But man, what a match. Like, I kind of want to talk about that more. About the fact that Doom looked so unbeatable earlier, and as well yesterday. Prodi seemed unbeatable. And both players lost the game to a very aggressive opener. I believe Prodi lost the game versus the Capire opener, if I recall correctly. And he lost the game against one of the aggressive openers, and today Tsubakki lost against the Koi Cernif opener. And that means, is that the way to win versus Doom? Is that the best way to play versus it?
Yeah, and it's also interesting to talk about a little bit about the meta. That so far we've seen a lot of different comps and TAMs being played.
Yeah, it is. As I said before, we can divide it up into a few comps. We have Doom comp, which is like quote unquote stall, right?
Yeah.
Then we have the bulky offense teams, which are the teams that potentially run Naga Gulder, they run Yowlard, but have some options for a little bit more aggressive start. And then we have the 2 toxic teams that we saw today. They are even more bulky than the bulky offense teams. And we have the very aggressive teams. But even between similar teams, we see a lot of differences between them, like Temtem choices, move choices, gear choices. It seems very open, actually. Like a lot is viable and a lot is possible. And we've seen a lot of different Temtem as well. Yeah,
also I wanted to talk about a little bit the fire type Tams. Like, we only see the Koish as main Quetzal user. I think no Raiken, if I don't recall it wrong.
Yeah, correct.
No Raiken.
One Capire?
Yeah, one Capire. That's, I would call Capretta, if you allow me to do that. And yeah, like, Rosie, in the end, he said Loali, so I have to say Capretta at least once. And yeah, basically Koish was the main user for Quetzal here, like you said, Jeff.
Yeah, I think
that's just the Synergy Master is so unstoppable in some of those situations. You take priority moves that deal a lot of damage on a Tem that has unbelievably high attack prowess, and then give it Synergy Master.
I think that that Firepoise specifically, I think it's the strongest when paired up with a Cernif rather than a neutral Temtem. And that's what we saw before, right? The Quetzal neutrals. I think the meta shift to, or the aggro shift to Cernif plus Koish is way more interesting, but it's also way scary. Like, that water cutting Lily hurts so much.
And I can read from the chat right now that Turbi won.
So that means we have a Bennett, Plat, Kanzaki, and Golld tie.
I'm just refreshing here, waiting for them to update so we can see the whole standings. And yeah, this is going to be Oh
I'm
my.
looking forward to
Okay,
the
I have
tournament
the
organizers.
standings now. Okay, I have the standings. Yeah, so we have basically Tsubaki for 1, first place, and Turbi 3-2, second place. But then we have like Golld, Bennett, Plat, and Kanzaki. Everybody has 6 points.
You know,
All
if
in
we
sync.
if we
What?
play in that order, if we play in that specific order and we see, Golld versus Bennett and then Senior Plat versus Kanzaki, that might actually benefit Senior Plat in that match versus Kanzaki. Instead, we were just talking so much about how good reads, good decision making, and high aggression is what got Kanzaki here. But I think that lead is a little bit weak to the toxic Thames that Senior Plat has brought with him today.
The toxic team actually walls that opener. Like we've talked about it earlier today, I think, during a match, and I just realized that toxic team just straight up stops those two. Like Ketsa doesn't do a lot against the water toxic types like Calabiz,
Yeah.
and then Water Cutting Lily just doesn't cut it against the toxic types.
Yeah, this is actually interesting. Like,
yeah, I am. Let's see if they are saying something.
yeah, we have to just.
Oh, it looks like Yelena's allowing a couple of
CP.
picks here.
Yeah, it is higher CP.
Okay.
So
let's see what they decide.
Okay, so it looks like it'll be Senior
we got
Plat
it.
versus Bennett is potentially what we'll be seeing.
yeah, and we get to choose which one we want to see actually, or get streamed. So
Okay.
Senior Plat versus Bennett or Golld versus Kanzaki. I'd say both Golld and Kanzaki are known for doing interesting plays with their Cernifs. Neither of them have ever quite played meta style Cernifs. But that being said, I mean, Bennett versus Senior Plat, those are two of the best players we've ever had in this game. That could be a very nice match.
Okay, yeah, sounds good to me.
Let's do the Plat versus Kanzaki one then, right?
It would be Plat versus Bennett.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
Okay.
Plat versus Bennett.
Plat
Yeah, no,
versus Bennett,
I think we
okay.
should do Plat versus Bennett. I think
Yeah,
that
that's
one is gonna be really hype.
Yeah, that sounds to be a cool match.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go into some predictions then. What do you guys think about that? If we do watch Senior Plat versus Ice Red, who is it that will qualify and move on?
My vote is gonna go out to Plat. I've doubted Plat before. He came back in with the reverse sweep. He won both of his matches, and I gotta believe in him. Plat is gonna take it.
Yeah, I believe for the comeback. Like you said also, Rosie, like I think on round 3, 0-3, and then, the comeback from Plat can actually happen, and I believe in that.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I feel exactly the same way. I think that, I mentioned it briefly that he had a couple of these comebacks in weeklies and now more comebacks in FT. I mean, he's definitely the player that's going to do it. His team composition is all about making the right decisions over the course of an entire game rather than having some kind of explosive move early on that's just going to win it for him. His style is very meticulous and it's very hard to get over that wall. So even, when he does have a difficult start, you could always attribute it sometimes to, a difficulty in which team compositions he's facing. Maybe they have a little bit too hard of a counter. Maybe they get a really good pick ban against him. But as it goes further and deeper into these tournaments, he is pretty consistently spot on. So you've heard from us. I mean, all three of us are feeling like it could be Senior Plat. It looks like the chat is actually leaning a little bit towards Bennett with 53-47 being the odds at the moment. We will pass it along to Jantan and Quarter, potentially get an opinion from them before the match begins.
Yep.
So you'll hear back from us afterwards for a short couple of minutes. We'll see these tiebreakers through, and then at the very end, we'll have another Gai Jinbu interview with Tsubakki.
Absolutely.
Hello and welcome to our unexpected tiebreaker. I'm as stoked as anybody here to see Bennett versus Plat in, I'm assuming this is going to be our last tiebreaker. I don't think there's any way in which we get another game after this. This is the last of the last stands, folks.
And they are in, and let's get into this. The last Tam standing. I mean, the last Tamer.
I mean, yeah, the two of those. So Bennett and Platt, that once again, these are players that are pretty well versed against each other. If nothing else, they played against each other much like quite recently in Tsubakki Cup and a couple other formats. So it'll be interesting seeing them face off against each other again. So like they've also of course played against each other in matches we did not see today. Obvious Vola ban is obvious. I can actually say there's like reason to believe that there would be a Vola ban on Bennett's side as well. Like he does have answers to it, but it's always kind of a risky one. Plays very well into him.
I mean, you do wanna play as safely as you can. If we say that.
No,
But he decided to ban on Gallus.
Yeah, no, he wants that Camo Gallus out of the way, which makes sense when you look at how many special attackers he has. Like, that's Nagais, that's Grumper, that's Yukama, that's Kinu, that's Volfeet. Like, all of those are hitting specially. Sure, Kinu doesn't attack very much, but, like, you still don't want that mirroring on a swap.
That is indeed very true. And we see the Platt actually picking up the Mushok here.
Interesting. This feels like bait. Because obviously, like, Nagai is available for Bennett to pick here. But if he does that, then Goulder is just an awesome pick for Platt.
Yes. And Bennett decided to go with Tuvine, as I was thinking just a little bit that here would be a fair trade, if we say that. But Mushok have still the perfect jab and uppercut, so it would still do a lot of damage towards this Tuvine, but still a reasonable pick.
It's a very shaky matchup between them. Like, they have a bit of a knife fight, but it very much depends on the partner for who comes out on top in that scenario. If Mushok gets supplemented by a good double in, then that helps out a lot. We do see the Naga as the second pick there. That's very interesting. So this does mean that he's probably going to want to try to get that Goulder in there just to muscle that out. But this could be a little bit uncomfortable for Platt opening up here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what does Bennett actually want to ban here? I mean...
Well, hey, you know that Valorant that didn't get picked in the first lead stage?
You have a point there, my friend. You do have a point.
Now, that said, we've seen, like, at the moment he's hovering over the Calibus. Now, that could just be that he's picking things, but it's also a concern in its own right. But instead, he goes for the Nature Coish that just destroys so much of his team, as Platt just bans the Goulder. Never let your opponent have both Nagais and Goulder, which he, incidentally, just happens to pick up himself over there.
And we see that actually Bennett decided to pick in here Grumper, which I find could be a really reasonable pick.
I mean, that makes perfect sense if you're banning Nature Coish, because you're basically setting the stage for it. Does mean that Size Munch is looking very good here, as Vola isn't even picked, which makes sense when you look at how bad it would actually be into the vast majority of that lineup. Sure, it hits some of these things well, but is it the best tool that he has against these? Hard to say. With that, we go into our last of the last stands here. Turn one, this Nagais is looking a bit pressured. It might want to try to get some hits on this Mushok, but do you just eat the free Tink? I mean, he's got Tukma.
Yeah. But I'm kind of thinking that, I don't know, would he still go hard pressure to the Mushok immediately? And he decided to stay with it, and we see the Bamboozle pop up right away.
This a P-jab into the Nagais, or is this an Arushiol? Because both of those suck into that. It's an uppercut instead onto the Tuvine. None of the things that I expected. Just sort of testing the physical defense of that Tuvine. And it's a pretty chunky boy. That or this Mushok is more defensively stacked, as we can expect from this. Like you kind of want to try for the, like, you want to try to have at least the 3 KO there, and we see that he just avoids it there. This is a mega awkward scenario. That said, the combination of the guys and Tuvine means that suddenly Size Munch can't actually come in to deal with this Tuvine either, so it makes sense for him to try to get damage on that early. It's a tricky board. What's your take?
This is so really tricky. Like, I would kind of expecting if you swap this Tem a little bit on the board, like you would have seen more clearly what the Proto build could do. But what now? Like I don't see anything what potentially could happen here. Like I can see if they want to swap anything. I don't see if what they would like to attack. Like they're understanding what they have to take out, but they have to do it such as precise order to do it.
It makes sense for Platt to continue the trade that he's going for here. If he's expecting double-ins on the Shook, then he's going to continue boozling, which is precisely what he does in this scenario. We see the Psy Surge come down on the Goulder instead, which is going to get some damage off on it, but that's a chonky boy. He's going to eat that right up, as the Feathergat's going to go into it as well. So that's a double-in on the Goulder, which is a better thing for Bennett to do in this scenario, but it does mean that he's down to 34% on that 2-Vine. He cannot eat a double-in. And now Mashuk is protected this turn because he did not double into the Shook. So this means that Platt just has carte blanche to take down the 2-Vine here. And Goulder lives one attack from Nagai's. Downside of that is it does leave Platt with fewer tools to deal with Nagai's, but Calibus is a Tem that is almost as slow.
I don't know if Platt wants to swap out Goulder here, but if he doesn't, like he could potentially finding a free swap in to keep some pressure in there.
If he swaps that, like, okay, that is an option that's open to him, but I know Platt. He doesn't tend to want to bring Tems into suspected double-ins, and if he doesn't kill this 2-Vine, he's getting a double-in on this Goulder this turn. He wants to kill, Bennett wants to kill this Goulder. I'm so sure of it. But, what I think Platt is going to do here is just charge into this 2-Vine. He needs 2 attacks to take it down. Mashuk can't do that on his own. But what Mashuk can do is set up the KO. Or rather, be the executioner if Goulder sets it up. Man, I'm wrong. Okay, you was right. He swaps in the Calibus. Witchcraft. All right. So we see a beta burst onto the Calibus in that case? Yeah. Calibus eats it.
But I felt like Gallagher doing so much damage on Calibus.
Yeah, it's pretty crushing, and it's not going to KO. We saw that. It's not quite enough. He needs to do the double in there.
I was thinking that would one more uppercut would finish a 2-Vine, but standing on 1.6%, that is like, is it now we should say calced?
I mean, the challenge here that I have here is that was telegraphed. We saw that brought 2-Vine down to what, 67%? That means that it wasn't quite 33% of the 2-Vine's health. This is something we saw coming here. Oh no, JD saying in chat, possibly the coolest thing. Okay, Calibus could just strangle the 2-Vine here to love tap it to death. That would be beautiful.
Yes, I mean that would be humiliating if I say that.
Yeah, no, that actually sounds amazing. I would be 100% okay with that. My question is, does Bennett even run Madness buff? Because I've not seen that come out of this, and he's had plenty of opportunities to do so with the amount of space this 2-Vine's given him.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, the Strangle comes down, and yeah, it just takes him out. The Mashuk swapping to what? Goulder again? Yep.
That Goulder is still really a thick boy.
Yeah, I'm surprised by how well it took the Psy Surge there. It just goes to show what a non-Madness buffed Nagai's can get walled by. And suddenly, this board's looking a lot better for Platt now that he's finally taken down that 2-Vine. Size Munch is honestly very good into a lot of the rest of his board. If he can deal with... basically, if he has Size Munch in the back into Grumper Volfi, that's actually pretty comfortable for him. He still has Nagai's at full HP on his side of the board there, which admittedly is a little awkward into a lot of those, but Mashuk is barely touched. And now it's in the back. It's another thing that can just deal with Volfi Grumper. So we see Volfi enter the field here. Now, we've seen Bennett's Volfi be a thick monster before. If I recall correctly, it had... last time I saw this Volfi, it had double screen, and it was just a pain in everybody's sides. Like, you thought Tsubakki's was bad. That was still handcuffs. Double screen means it's like, how do you even take it down?
Well, there's only one thing to take down a wolf. You have to hit hard, but you have to be clever about it.
Mm-hmm. Now, the downside is, because Calibus strangled, it actually cannot attack this turn.
And I mean, the only swap Plat could do is Mushuk to take actually a plague into his face, but that means that he will be trapped.
Nah, I think he's fine just... Oh, no, man. The moment I say he's fine staying with something in, he swaps out instead, and he swaps in the Nagais, which does feel pretty good here.
And then it decides to swap out its Nagais and taking Grumper here.
A really good swap for him, actually, because that means that now he's threatening with the Thunderstrike. As we all know, it's very easy to calculate a Nagais to speed tier effectively with that. Does he still have the double screen on? He does still have the double screen on. So this was a heavy gamble. If that was a handcuff, this would be a dead Nagais.
I don't think this is running with double screen because I don't see that as a gear.
Well, no, Goulder has one type. So it wouldn't trigger.
That is true. I need to pay attention.
It's the biggest problem with double screen is that suddenly monotypers just crunch into you. It's one of the reasons why I love Grandpa, because a lot of times you'll see double screen on things like Mushuk that, don't want to take those things. So at this point, I feel like the Nagais can just bounce back out again, potentially. No, it's a Boozle. Okay. A Boozle into an E-Storm. And this is a Drill Grumper? No, it's not. Sorry, I saw the chamomile on it. Sorry, for some reason I thought it was still going to wind up happening there. It's been a long day, folks. As the Fury's going to come down and he's going to smack this Grumper silly. It's going to lose the Nagais in the process, though. No miracle plays out of this Nagais today.
And that Electric Storm and Plague combo were really handy there, just making sure that Bennett is staying on top here.
Well, okay, the biggest challenge that Plat's got now is that he really has to conserve his Calibus to deal with Nagais, but does it even have enough to deal with Nagais? Like, the melee pressure is strong here, but that Nagais is still at full health because Plat did nothing into it. He spent so much time taking down the Tuvine. Bennett's actually in a really good space now.
I mean, this Sentence is also a little bit frightening of this wolf. It won't one-shot, but it will do enough damage to maybe scare it off next turn.
The problem is we're going to see that double screen, and now it's got a protector buff on it too. It's just going to tear things apart. We do see it does not quite 2KO the Size Bunch, though, so that does mean that we get 2 attacks off from the Size Bunch. The P-Jab's coming down. Is the uppercut going to be enough? I don't know whether it is. And it's just not enough. 1 hit point, folks.
Oh my god.
Oh, you hate to see it. Literally 1 hit point being the difference between this Vulphy living or dying. The P-Jab did so much there. I feel like you kind of... Okay. I don't quite know what we do here for Plat. Like, Calibus cannot come in because you cannot afford Calibus to just die willy-nilly. You need to save that for Nagais. Size Munch lives 1 attack, but it dies to a Beta Burst Plague double in, which is probably going to happen. Mushuk gets T-posed on by the back line here. We'll take out Grumper, but Kinu's fine against it. We see the Kinu go into it, and it's actually going to get outsped by both of these. The Kinu is very high speed, and it just takes down the Size Munch before it even blinks, as the Vulphy just dies a warrior, meaning that the Urushiol is the best play that Plat could have gone for there.
Wow.
So with this, we bring back in Calibus, which feels terrible, into Grumper. I'm pretty sure the Grumper just dies anyways, because you uppercut that into the Shadow Realm from here. But, oh god. It's the next question we have here is like, is this Calibus energy drink? Because we could see a Hypno into that. We could just see a Beta Burst into that.
I think that if this Kino was that fast, I understand that you probably want to sleep the Calibus, but what if he decided to actually hypnose the Mushuk? To just getting that smidge advertised?
You know, that's Okay, the only problem I have with... Actually, that's good, because that saves your Grumper, and then the Grumper kills the Calibus. If you believe that the Grumper outspeeds the Calibus. If that's a 39 speed Grumper, I believe that still outspeeds Calibus. So we do see the Hypno come down this turn. It's probably going to be on the Machoke, as you say. It is on the Machoke. The Machoke goes to sleep, meaning it cannot put the Grumper to sleep, as you suggested, killing the Calibus with Thunderstrike.
And it does actually take out the Calibus, and Bennett is taking this lead even better.
Yeah, no, Bennett takes this game. Plat has no tools to deal with anything in the Nagais, the Kinu, nothing on that side, as Bennett beats Plat in the tiebreaker and takes this game and is part of the people that are going on to the next part of the Invitational. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, congratulations, and well played to everyone who had been participating into this.
Absolutely. I'd like to once again remind everybody that people who made it here today are tried and tested, just behemoths of players. And even if they've had rough matchups or anything like that, they're still titanic. Like every single person who's been here today.
Yeah, and just remind you guys that this is where the 12 best tamers that were out there fighting about this prize pool. So, they showed the best out of the best they could tonight. So, and they still have a lot more to coming up.
Absolutely. So this means that our 4 higher place folks are going to be moving on, and this means that I believe we're hopping back to our analysis deck for one last time, are we?
Yeah, it seems that we are doing that. So, guys, let us know what happens in this game.
Welcome back once more. Another fantastic game has been played, and potentially some hearts broken. How do you guys feel about what we just saw?
That was intense. Aggro did it again.
Yeah. Basically, we saw putting pressure turn by turn, and I feel like that. Well, Bennett played very well. Talking about the draft, do you think, guys, there was at some point that Plat could have won this, or basically was this just one-way game?
That's a hard one. I think Bennett definitely had the advantage here. Especially with that 2 Vine. It's so difficult to say because I think there's been some misplays and Bennett played so well. It just kind of seemed unfair almost, especially with the Plague Rat living at 1 HP again.
Yeah. Actually, also the turn 1, the Bamboozle on the Machoke was pretty good. Was a pretty good start for Plat there. So I think that actually in the first turns, Plat had probably the best reads there. But then, if we also talk about, for example, the turn 8, where we saw Wolfie not dying, staying with a 0.41 HP remaining thanks to the Kinu buff, right? PJ plus Uppercut was not able to kill, and that was a huge turn for Bennett.
I think it was almost over already by that point. I mean, it still helps. Having a 1 HP Fovi is... I mean, that is almost as good as having a full HP Fovi. I mean, it can just click Plague and do its thing and then die.
Yeah.
So that was really big.
Mm-hmm. And that was also interesting, the fact that we were noticing that actually Beta Burst from Kinu went before the Plague of the Wolfie.
Yeah, I saw that in the corner of my eye, and I was shocked to see that Beta Burst went first. And Rossi did some calcs, and it should be max speed Kinu with 100 investment maximum on.
It was in the 120s. It landed right at that 168, maybe even 169 if you wanted to test it out there. But it makes sense though. I mean, that Kinu looked like it was built to be one of those hypno spammers that we used to see back in Takma. So making it max speed, it's a little odd considering we were so recently out of this Quetzal meta where so many times we're at that 170 mark, just to play along with Scunch, that there's always the potential someone just never changed their spread. They were happy with it where it was and they're still 170. So I don't know how much I appreciate that. If my own Kinu was up there, I usually land in the 150s instead. But definitely the max speed Kinu it put in some work there.
Yeah, I mean, before leaving, I think we have to say our congratulations for Bennett for making through, right?
Yeah, definitely. That was so well played. Congratulations on making it through and on playing that insane game. And congratulations to all of the other players as well. You guys did great, and it's been a great day of matches.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. So there is still one more tiebreaker going on, but we're not going to be showing that one on stream today. If you want to take a look, search for either Kanzaki or Golld with 2 L's in the Interact page in game. You can watch the rest of it yourself, see who moves forward into next weekend. But this will be the end for the 3 of us. We will be passing it along to Gaijinbu with an interview of today's top seed, Tsubakki Chan. We will see you guys next weekend. We hope you have a fantastic week and a lot of good competitive Temtem.
Yep. See you next week, guys.
Bye-bye.
All right. So it looks like it is interview time. This is Gaijinbu, and I'm here with Tsubakki. How are you doing today, Tsubakki?
Hello everyone. Doing amazingly well. How about you?
Oh, I can't complain. I'm doing super good too. Got to watch a lot of incredible matches today. Everybody just did so darn well.
Yeah, it was definitely like a good competition with really high level, so was really excited to play it and bring what I had theoretically for a couple of days without showing it. So yeah, it ended well. Happy.
Yeah, it's nice to. I mean, I love everybody else here, but Tsubakki has always been one of my favorites. So it's nice to see you do so well this tournament so far, and I hope you continue to do well as it progresses here. But we're gonna ask a few questions here that we have lined up, and then we're gonna see if we get any from chat here that we can ask, and we're gonna try and make it a little bit quicker than yesterday, but. We'll start with what was the hardest match that you played today?
Kanzaki? Yeah, I would probably still say Kanzaki. He's the hardest matchup for me.
And is that just due to team composition or because he knows you so well, or both?
First of all, he knows me well. We are like good mates since a long time. And secondly, like I'm based on stalling and just getting my game bit by bit and getting the tempo of the game. But against something that like hyperly aggress you, it's not always easy. So yeah.
Yeah, it's not always easy to get that setup that you need in place to actually drag it out a little bit longer and get to where you need to be. Now, due to how this tournament works, you can pick to fight Wobbles or Shiroki next weekend. Who do you think you're going to pick to face in the quarterfinals, or have you not decided yet?
I'm not decided yet. I need to like study that a bit more before taking my final choice, to be honest.
The words of a true possible champion need to study the choices and make sure he makes the right one, because just like any decision you make in this tournament, that could be the difference between winning and losing.
True.
And do you believe that you can win first place in this tournament with all the just absolute top tier competitors here? I mean, all of you guys perform at such an incredible level, and I know there's a lot of skill involved here and a little bit of luck when it comes to making the right swaps. So do you think you have what it takes?
So yeah, I mean, this tournament is definitely a high level one. The feeling is just amazing to play just high level games all the time like this. I really like it, but to the point saying I'm sure to be first, no, but I definitely want that, and I definitely will just try my best to get it. I feel confident about my team. Theory crafted it a lot to be like sure and prepared. So I feel confident. That's all what I can say.
All right. Okay. And what player would you say you fear the most of Group A, and why is it Prody?
Amazing, amazing. So yeah, I would have said Prody, sure thing. Because I mean, I know the kind of player he is. He's definitely in my at least little list and in the top 10 players. He's an innovative guy as well, and we run approximatively the same thing. So I'm not. I think it's still a 50-50, but playing that matchup would be so annoying.
Yeah, I can imagine as much. I mean, I think Prody does not give himself enough credit. He's a little too humble, but he's so incredibly talented, and just some of the stuff that he comes up with, I think, is just brilliant. And I hope to never ever verse him. Uh,
I think quite some people don't want to face him, so we were probably one of the first spot or second spot safe.
So that being said, would you say that Prody's the biggest obstacle between you and first place, or do you think that somebody else might be in that spot?
Um, it's hard to say because people that are good against my comp will not obviously be good against other comps. I think everyone has a high level there. So yeah, I can't really say some favoritism. I still feel like for example, Kanzaki's team feels strong. Shizunik's team feels strong for me because they are just aggro matches like that has a lot of pressure all the time. But for other people, it won't be the same thing. So yeah, hard to say. Sorry.
No worries. It's a tough decision, just like trying to choose who you want to verse in the quarterfinals. I mean, it's just there's so much that goes into a matchup, and it's hard to say always whether or not you're going to win or lose them. Um, and speaking about losing, while Senior Plat is absolutely incredible, and I mean we've seen him win so many tournaments and matches. I mean, you guys go head to head all the time. What do you think about him underperforming a little bit today? I mean, I think more so it's probably the matchups more than anything. But what is your take on it?
So I say that a lot, and I will repeat that till I believe in it. But he's my rival. He's definitely just one of the top players in the game. The top three, in my opinion, for sure. Um, I think his problem today was like a lot of people were prepared to him. A lot of people just knows what he runs, and a lot of people just switch it a bit to just be more at the ease against him. And yeah, I feel that's a big factor to it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Especially if you're so used to running a lot of the same thing. I can see a lot of people being able to build up a team around you that can be comfortable at facing against you while also benefiting them at facing other players as well. I know I've versed Senior Plat in one of the plus tourneys, and just I've never played him or actually seen him play, because up until recently I've never been that involved in competitive. But man, I just deleted, which doesn't say much for me or Senior Plat, since I'm nothing compared to you guys at this point. But just absolutely incredible player. I mean, even if he didn't do super well today, he is definitely right there with you. You guys back and forth all the time.
Definitely.
And with the state of speaking of the team compositions and just the current meta, with the way that you've built your team, would you say that the current meta is benefiting you and allowing you to pull out more wins due to your team composition?
Okay, so to explain everything, I was like, I think in the same case as snrplat. Everyone knows my team. Everyone will. I mean, that's what I thought. At least probably just make a switch or something to cover better against my team and Plat's team. So I was like, I need to change, but at the same time, I didn't want to play because I don't want to rewatch it. So I spent like a couple of days on Dem Team. That was like my new Dem. And tried a lot of things. Look at how I could cover it and still have a good matchup. What I knew was my group would be 5 stallers and 1 aggro, and that was quite right. I mean, there was in the stallers, of course, mid range, but I just felt building that team would make me really good into that pool. But at the same time, I didn't want to be too weak for like the other aggressive players that are mostly in the A group. So I tried
Okay.
to make an overall really solid team.
Awesome. Yeah, I think from the matches that I did see, I think that you did make an overall really great team, and it's just so interesting to see all the different team compositions that you do play. When you're doing your streams and stuff, you like to mix it up a lot, and you've got some pretty weird ones.
Some preparations.
So now the next question we have here is, what is the current strongest Temtem at the moment? And you can't say Saku.
The second strongest Temtem at the moment?
The current strongest.
In my team or in general?
I guess both. If you had to choose in your team and in general.
I would say Kinu. That's like in second spot. No, Kinu would be my first spot. Probably still Yolar, yeah. Probably. Here is like a little bit unbalanced in stats, but just
a little bit.
I mean, you have ways to deal with it. It's just so strong.
Yeah, it's one of those tabs that once it hits the field, you need to focus on getting it out, and preventing it from being able to show off and actually do some real work.
Comebacker, that's always amazing.
Yeah, the first time I ever experienced comebacker was not a good one. I honestly, so I'm still learning a lot of stuff, and I honestly had no idea about comebacker, and that hurt.
Understand.
So how much do you think the gear lock is going to benefit you throughout this tournament?
I think the gear lock was really good because I expect just no one taking talisman. Was only Prody expected because I think no one expected me to just come wisdom as well. So I mean, I really like the fact that the items are locked. You can only switch TVs and SVs, so I'm okay with it because I have, of course, like a lot of them, like of each. But yeah, I mean, I like the rule, but I'm not sure it's like completely fair.
Yeah, because changing up an item could mean a big difference when it comes to a new matchup, especially when it comes to facing some Doom comps. If you didn't expect somebody to come in with Doom and then they have it, having something that would be able to deal with that a little bit better would definitely benefit them quite a lot.
Definitely, that rule is good staying like this, because if you can't do that, then Doom is just really bad, because then you just put talisman in your carry mostly and play around with chamomile as well, and some move that can just remove it, and you never can do.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. And so the last question we have here from us before we move to the questions from chat is, so you do this a lot and you go over a lot of what you're doing while playing. But if you had a couple of tips for new players wanting to play competitive, what would be a couple of the most important things that you think you could say to those people?
I think half of the game starts at the pick and ban phase. I think people are not enough concentrated on that. You need like to really know what will be your win con against what you are playing. Building a team with a forced ban is actually good, because then you just ban this type and you should be then good against like all the rest. So yeah, just really know where is your pick and ban, and your pick and ban, where is your win con, and what is your big threat. Just ban it. Try to have something that covers if in case there is a second one, and that would like already make a huge improvement in your game. If you win the pick and ban phase, you win half of your game.
I definitely agree with that. I know there's been multiple scenarios where I've lost in the pick and ban phase, and even today during this tournament, I think there's been a couple of situations where the pick and ban phase heavily influenced the outcome. I know at this upper level, there's ways to turn it around, but it's a lot harder if you don't get what you need when you need it.
Yeah.
So that being the last question here, we are gonna move to some questions from the chat here. Looks like there are a couple here, which is pretty cool. So Voldemort asks, what made you run Cernif over Taifu?
Reddit that question didn't answer because I know I love Voldy, but his little troll with his Taifu, and I will never run Taifu except if it's like a big change in Tsubakki. So yeah, but I respect the fact that you can play with it, mate.
So what would you say are so Kalenda's94 asks, what would you say are must bans with your new composition? I love it and want to try it out.
So this composition is heavily you ban Valash. You ban this thing. Like I hate Valash, and like I said, I like to build teams mostly where you ban one typing. But yeah, Valash is the biggest threat.
Okay. I would agree that Valash in general is just a huge threat, but for the composition you have, it would serve a huge problem. And where, there's just nothing else that can do quite what Valash does. I mean, there are some pretty good crystal spikers out there, like Mix, but they're very situational and you have to be a lot more careful with them because, they can't regenerate to full health.
Yeah. That's like a big factor too in my team. Is like 6 stems on 8 can heal, and yeah, I just like to make stall really surviving and being able to heal and just not dying.
Yeah. So Mr. Zhao says, "What about Mix?" Question mark. Also heartbroken and Saku.
Okay, so the thing is, I know everyone knows I always run Cernif and Saku. Mix was like more a choice of coverage. I love the mix. I really love the utility it has. But in a tournament like this, where I know there will be some Ketsas, I needed like an addition. I switched it Cernif and Saku because I thought it was like it would just surprise. People would not expect that and not build it against what I was like in the idea to have is bring back Focus because I bring it Focus at some tournaments and actually won with it. But then raising of crystals were again, so I just couldn't play it anymore. But I feel now with all the Ketsas that we had like the last weeks, it was just a good timing to bring Focus back. Toward the night at the same time was completely Magia and is really good into nearly every stall. So yeah, that's why I decided to change that and Wolf instead of Cernif because it still has the Bush, so I can still make an anti-doom with it. It has a better healing capacity for himself, but at the same time it doesn't have all the weaknesses that has Cernif and more pressure and more coverage. So yeah, that's about all.
Okay. All right. There's looks to be 2 more questions here. We've got one from Bennett. Why did you copy Prody?
So we are I'm actually nearly the same, but not exactly the same. I didn't like I just theory crafted and built my team again alone, just thinking about what I would face and what is played at the moment. Just seems like Prody and myself had the same answer.
Great minds think alike. And it looks like the final question seems to be a meme question, but we'll ask it anyway. Question for Tsubakki from Heine Vansen. Whose idea was it to tell everyone your mix spread was secret till after the tourney, but then you don't play mix?
Yeah, I love that one. Because first of all, in a case I would play mix, I didn't want to like still show it, and in the case I don't play it, people thinks I will play it. So I was just like in both cases, it's fine.
just going with strategies to make to play mind games before the tournament and have your opponents thinking they know something maybe.
It was like a bonus, honestly. It just I really didn't know if I would run mix or not in my team at that point.
All right, everybody. It looks like that is the last of the questions here. Tsubakki, thank you so much for coming to hang out today. You did absolutely incredible. Everybody did absolutely great today. Even if it didn't look so good in numbers, everybody did really good. I mean, this is the top of the top. And thank you so much for coming on for the interview. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans or the people watching?
And thank you for having me, and thank you for the cheers, everyone. Really appreciate it. Hope you had a good show, and yeah, I hope you have a good one, everyone. See you next time. And
all right, take care, Tsubakki, and this is gonna be it for today. If Yolana could post in chat when the next day is for tournaments, that would be amazing. I am pretty forgetful, so I do apologize, but we are gonna be ending it today. Keep up with fellow Tamers tournaments on Twitter and here. All the links are right on the page. You've got our Twitter, YouTube, Discord, so feel free. It looks like it's gonna be the 13th and the 14th, so we'll see you then, same time as this. And you all have a great day.